Ele está sem, né? Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you all to please take your seats. We will be beginning in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At this moment, we would like to ask you all to keep your mobile phones on silence mode. We will begin our third day of the International Seminar on Democracy and New Technologies, Challenges for the Digital Era. This event is part of the 200 years celebration of Brazilian Senate. We would like to inform you that this event is being transmitted live by TV Senado and has the participation of e-Cidadania, where people online can send us questions and suggestions. All those who are participating will be able to receive a certificate of this seminar with 20 hours. So in order for you to have the certificate, all those of you who are here in person access the QR code that is on the entrance of this auditorium. And those who are with us online, you can find the QR code on the screen on our live TV transmission. We have we will talk about design, technology, and digital agents in the 21st century. Our moderator will be our law professor from the University of Harvard, Eduardo Margani. He is a doctor in law and affiliated to Berkman Klein Center for Society from the University of Harvard. He's also a professor from the Catholic University of Lisbon and is a senior affiliate in CCA law firm. He surveys things on data, robotics, and connected democracy. Now we will pass the floor to Eduardo Margani. Thank you so much. Welcome, all those of you who are watching us online and all of those who are in person. It is a pleasure to have you here. We will begin our great event of this international event. I would like to thank the organization. It's a great privilege to debate these subjects that are so dear to us. I have the honor of presiding over this conversation with a great friend, conferencist Christian Djeffal from the Technical University of Munich. He's been fundamental in my professional education, and he influenced my doctorate thesis. He was also my supervisor in the Humboldt University in Germany in the Center of Society, and he also presided over my postdoc in the Technical University of Munich on autonomy through regulation by design and the ethics of artificial intelligence. So I believe our conversation will also go through these different subjects. The idea of this panel is that we follow up on the different things we've been debating over these last few days. Yesterday, we had an interesting panel tropicalizing, let's say, or landing the different issues related to digital threats for the Brazilian context. And today we will open this conversation again with Christian Djeffal's input. We would also like to remember the wonderful lectures we had yesterday. So today humanity is building for the first time machines that are unpredictable by design, intelligent agents with the capacity of expanding exponentially, bringing new risks, which brings us also a challenge to think about what is the role of regulation, what is the role of technology, the provocations that Professor Gasser made yesterday as well. So taking into account these different provocations, without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Christian Djeffal.
Honorable Senators, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and privilege for me to speak to you today. I also applaud you to the topic of this conference. I think it's wonderful that an institution with such a tradition has the vitality and the democratic mindset to remember 200 years, but then to look ahead. What I've prepared for you is, you can basically see on the depiction, it's 5 boxes, and we don't really know what's in them, and there is some science we cannot read yet. And that's basically what I would like to present to you today, a technique, a method to better understand what's happening and to actively shape the developments. So, I can build on the speakers of yesterday and the day before yesterday when thinking about the challenges of technology, specifically our panel yesterday that reflected on the evolution of the internet and these questions. So what happened yesterday and what happened today. This famous quote from Stefan Zweig, who was already quoted yesterday, I think is a great compliment to Brazil when he said Brazil is a country of the future. I know of no German author who has the same sensibility but also command of the German language. When you read his autobiography, however, doesn't really work, but The World of Yesterday, you'll find that he said, it's easy for us today. Whoops, now it's too far. It's easy. We have to domesticate the robots. Yes, it's easy for us today, who have long since deleted the word security from our vocabulary as a phantom, to smile at optimistic delusion of what idealistically blinded generations that the technological progress of mankind must necessarily result in an equally rapid moral ascent. We who have learned in the new century not to be surprised by any outbreak of collective bestiality, we who expected even more heinous things from every coming day than from the past, are considerably more skeptical about the moral educability of man. And I think it's interesting that even almost exactly 100 years ago, there was the same feeling of technological advances decoupling actually from the moral development. And you can also find this, and this will be my last two cultural references, if you permit, and technology permits. William Turner and Tarsila. It's a well-known picture by William Turner, which marks a dramatic event when sailing ships went out of business and the fighting Terramare, which was the battleship that won the Battle of Trafalgar, actually went to its last journey, in which it was demolished in the harbor. And I think Tarsila, who's displayed in the Museo de Valores, actually has a picture that is equally dramatic, but doesn't look as dramatic, because she also works about the duality of sailing ships and steamboats. But what she does in the picture port, harbor, is to depict the city on the ships. So the ship is not only a metaphor for one life or the life of a family, but for the life of a city. And the dramatic of this picture is when the ship sinks, which is always the danger of being on a ship. When a ship sinks, it's not only one person, but it's a threat to the whole society on the ship. It's the threat to the whole city. And I think my interpretation is that really shows you how societal life is ingrained in technology and how we are more and more dependent on these technologies. So let me become a little bit more practical, just echoing what we heard yesterday from hero to zero social media. So 6degrees.com was a very early precursor of social media, and there you see a very optimistic picture again of what this means. But you don't know what this could actually contain, which is, and now I hope the Zoom works, the impacts of online content moderation and social media, which is cyberbullying, having severe effects specifically on children, which is hate speech that poisons the whole political debate, the same as misinformation. And obviously a recent trend, a negative body image prompted by filters and ways in which there is a reflection on your body. And this we learned in 20 years. It's really interesting to read what futurologists wrote in the year 2000, also the technology assessments of the year 2000. They didn't foresee any of those dangers. And today, as Ugo Pagallo and others mentioned, we are thinking that there might be a knowledge revolution due to these systems of attention and transformer models, which seriously allow for a better analysis specifically of unstructured data. And what's even more, there is a possibility to generate any kind of media. And I brought you one example of a video generation in which you say the prompt would be just a young man in his 20s sitting on a piece of cloud in the sky reading a book. And look what the machine does with it. I think looking at the realistic aspects of this picture, it's really a question what authenticity will mean in the future. and what repercussions this will have on society, which at the moment we really cannot predict how this will play out in the end. So one question to be asked in that regard is, how do we shape this? How do we control this? And this is not a new question, obviously. I would like to introduce now another citation of Collingridge from 1982, who captured this very problem by saying, "The root of the manifest difficulties with which the control of technologies are beset is that of our technological competence vastly exceeds our understanding of the social effects which follow from its exercise. For this reason, the social consequences of a technology cannot be predicted early in the life of the technology. By the time undesirable consequences are discovered, however, the technology is often so much part of the whole economic and social fabric that its control is extremely difficult. This is the dilemma of control. When change is easy, the need for it cannot be foreseen. When the need for change is apparent, change has become expensive, difficult, and time-consuming." So this is how Collingridge framed what he called in the first place a dilemma, of how you can influence technologies. Now, the interesting thing that I would propose to you is, if you look at Collingridge and also himself and also the following discourse, basically it's not a dilemma. It's not a choice between the red pill and the blue pill. And this is what I would like to tackle today with my idea of constitutional design, to think about the assumed choices we have there. And I'll give you very specific examples between ex ante and ex post. So can we even categorize time in that manner? Between knowing and not knowing. So can we even think about two states of knowledge? And thirdly, between control and no control. So what are the degrees to which we can control technologies? And the way I would like to do that is to assume first that these three categories, time, power, and knowledge, are not set in stone, but actually depend on the way we govern them and the way we actually deal with these questions. That's my first assumption. And my second assumption is that our future society does not depend on the normativity ingrained in technology, but it's a process of co-shaping. These technologies are shaping us, but we are also shaping these technologies. So you cannot say this is, you cannot have a very proto-materialist idea of these are the technologies and basically society follows suit because of the way the technologies are composed. I think it's a dynamic interplay in which also society shapes technology, while obviously technology shapes society. And this brings me to my proposition for today, the idea of constitutional design. And the question, how can we reconfigure these basic ideas of power, temporality, and knowledge in society? And I would like to build on the discourse on digital constitutionalism that was, I think, exhaustively mapped by Urs Gasser almost 10 years ago, but I think what happened since then would only play into the footnotes of his essay of that time. So it was the discourse on digital constitutionalism is a very, very rich and vast discourse with several interventions and ideas. And I want to pick only one idea that I would like to generalize, and this is the idea of constitutional design. And constitutional design happens when there are pressures for change of a constitutional magnitude on the one hand, but on the other hand also affordances to change how the constitution works. So there are new possibilities, but there are also heavy pressures. And in these situations, there is the possibility to actually make changes with a view to influence these situations by changing the way the constitution operates, by really actively working with the constitution. And might seem as a paradox, continuity through change, but it's a kind of adaptation to think, how do we deal with this new situation in a way that we uphold the core of the ideas that brought our constitution here. So therefore, I also have these tension terms, theory of practice or reflexive action, but I will not do this in theory, but now really try to go with you into regulatory practice. And I would like to argue that these changes for power, for time, and for knowledge are already underway, and you see them in regulations all over the world, that these relations are changing, and there is a reconfiguration in governance. But before that, to convince you that this is not a lofty principle, I would like to argue that basically if you take constitutional design as a general principle, what you did in the years 1960 in Brasilia was also a way of constitutional designing, when pressured to unite the country, to kind of integrate the north and the south, the coast and the Amazon. It was also a constitutional design to say we pick a city in the middle of Brazil that kind of has the potential to bring the whole of Brazil together, and that also symbolizes that even on the map. So, and that's also in your constitution. So I think you could think about this also as a kind of constitutional design of industrialization. And my second example, to link this more to your constitutional practices, is what I've learned about the great evolution of the Senado, who changed a lot its composition, the voting procedures, even the representation, but always was an additional way to legitimize politics in Brazil. Always brought a more forward-looking and long-term look into Brazilian politics, and always added a specific expertise to the Brazilian political system. Yeah, so I think you could think about these changes and adaptations as ways to reconfigure the constitution, and I would like to discuss with you now specific examples concerning the regulation of technology, and my claim is that we are in a constant and ongoing process of constitutional design of digitization. And I would like to start now zooming back out. Yeah, that's always good. I keep talking too fast, and I'm happy for the translators that my PowerPoint actually slows me down a little bit. So I would like to start with the temporal dimension, and maybe you could help me. Maybe you could just press the next slide. Ah, there we go. Yes, and I think Cohen Castells has basically talked about the change of temporality in a digitized society, and Ugo Porgallo yesterday made what I say much more dramatic, because he told us about the exponential acceleration of the temporal dimension. And the question is, how can the law and how can governance change its temporality? And here I would like to show you a regulatory trend from Europe that really shows how temporality is changing, how we have a different relationship of law in time and law over time. So I call this law by design obligations, and the idea of these law by design obligations is that principles are incorporated into obligations and are mandated for processes of technology design. And some of you might be familiar with obligations like privacy by design, which was not included with these words, but with the same spirit also in the Brazilian privacy law. So the major aspect here is that there is an obligation to look at certain values and to include them into the design process of technologies, while how you do it is really discretionary. How you do it is really up to you. And what's interesting is that this form of regulation is at the moment exploding in European technology law. I brought you just one general example from the law of cybersecurity, which was referred to several times. So it says organizations, manufacturers or providers involved in the design and development of ICT products, ICT services or ICT processes should be encouraged to implement measures at the earliest stages of the design and development to protect the security of those products, services and processes to the highest possible degree in such a way that the occurrence of cyber attacks is presumed and their impact is anticipated and minimized. And this is defined as security by design. Yeah? Just to show you one example how this looks in regulation. Interestingly, there are over 40 instances of such design goals in European regulation, including privacy and security by design. Openness, which I know is also openness of public data, which I know is also a topic that was pushed by Brazil for a long time. And there are also negative design goals included in risk management processes, like protecting electoral processes, fundamental rights, civic discourse, and health. So these are the goals that are regulated by design in Europe. And now what does this change for the temporality, which is my main focus here with you? There are three distinct temporal shifts. On the one hand, the permanence, that you have obligations that are stretched in time. Secondly, the proactiveness, that they're really future-oriented. And thirdly, the pace. And I will briefly go into these temporal shifts with you. Concerning permanence, let's just stress some of the elements I just read to you. At the earliest stages of the design process, design and development process. So as early as you begin to design, you already have to think about IT security. Throughout the lifetime, so it doesn't stop until that's basically taken out of the market, out of usage. And this is how long these things actually operate, which shows you they operate permanently. Yeah, there is no only one point in time for market access when these obligations are applicable. The second is proactivity. That's very interesting because these obligations are always constructive, of always looking to the future. While you design, you try to realize the value in the design the same way as you would realize functionality, the same way as you would realize the efficiency and effectiveness of these obligations, which is why these principles are also used in science funding to kind of nuance science funding with specific goals, for example, resilience by design or citizen centricity by design, when Parliament and the respective implementation gives the conditions under which certain things are funded in the economy and in science. Sustainability by design is another example. And this speaks to the proactivity. And the third aspect is pace, which is also a key element in that regard. And you have a lot of, you find a lot of traces where there are specific in risk management obligations, where you see that the regulators want the system to pace up, want reactions more quickly, and also communication and knowledge governance more quickly, up to the fact that if you think about by design, it means that basically you have to have an immediate response to risks. So basically, to some extent, the legislator is only in the knowledge chain. She or he is not in the chain of actively regulating. Yeah? But these responses have to be immediate, which paces up the whole thing. And what I would like to mention is that I don't think that these obligations are the solution for every problem, but they just show you one regulatory trend, that law in time is regulated differently because of permanence, pace, and proactivity. Yeah? being mindful that these are very ambitious, is a very ambitious form of regulation, which has a lot of requirements and also problems in itself, but it shows you one trend that you also see in other respects, the change of temporality. So let me come to the second relation, which is power, and which was also highlighted here, that we don't only regulate technology, and Urs Gasser alluded to that, but basically we regulate also the organizations, the people, the processes in which these technologies are produced, are shipped out to the people using them finally. So regarding power, I would like to first look a little bit only in flashlights in what's happening, and then show you three relations in which power relations, specifically regarding the public and the private sector, are nuanced in recent regulation. So concerning the shake-up, it's easy to say that six out of 7 of the most valuable companies by market cap focus on digitization. And we all know that in the beginning of the millennium and then in the 10 years, these companies got so powerful that when they assessed risks of overstepping certain legal regulations, they basically found that there was not a lot of risks to their business operations because they just had the financial means to do that. But the problem runs deeper. What I show you here is that basically the whole economy is in a process of digital transformation and actually wants to do that, from companies generally to SMEs to startups. Yeah, so it's even to control this, to monitor this is very, very difficult and is almost impossible for regulators, and poses also a power question to an effective regulation. And this was maybe for me most obvious when the providers of platforms of mobile phones basically governed the way that corona tracking was done. I think they did it in a very, very responsible way, and Brazil also picked up on their system. But basically, they were the ones who decided how that should actually work. Yeah? And again, I think they did a great job. So the system they implemented and what they allowed was basically the best choice they could have taken. But they actually took the decision and presented countries with the opportunity to, or with their decision. So you could implement such a system or not, but you couldn't decide any other way. So how did countries react to that? Well, first, I think it's interesting to see the old thinking of command and control regulation, and there you see across the board that the ways to impact on companies are now much more severe than before. So in the UK online safety bill, you have fines up to 10% of worldwide turnover, or 18 million pound, whichever is higher, which shows you the severity, yeah, for one breach, potentially. Also, very controversially, the UK introduced direct criminal liability for executives of those platform services. But there's also many other discussions, like in the US and in the DMA, there is a question and serious thinking about the possibility to break up online companies. And in the Digital Services Act, the European Platform Law, for crisis situations, there is a mechanism to actually force companies to take certain measures in a crisis. So you see, there are heavy measures now in the legislation, but I think the point of these measures is not remedial, is not actually to look at specific incidents, But it's more first to gain the attention of those companies. And I remember myself being a law clerk in a big German industrial company in the data protection section in the year 2017, when my boss was talking to the executive board all the time, because obviously there were the new fines by the GDPR, the European Data Protection Regulation, and these all had boardroom relevance. So this creates attention, and this attention actually enables smart regulation. So if you have a good regulation, if you have a good offer for these companies to actually deal with these issues, I think the main function of having these measures is actually to have the attention of the private sector. But then you need a good scheme, you need a good alternative, and we heard yesterday again from Ugo about the Hiroshima process to govern generative AI, and I think this is an interesting process together with this week's resolution of the General Assembly, because it shows you how basically a agreed way to govern AI could work. And if you analyze these, it's just 11 points. It's a very short document. It's very interesting how they actually did it. So on the one hand, you have key requirements which you pose and which have to be kind of standardized in a co-regulatory process. So there's just some key requirements on the process. And as mentioned yesterday, there are risk management duties. So there has to be a policy. There has to be risk assessment and testing. But the interesting and important thing is that these processes also include risk mitigation. Other than in environmental law and environmental regulation, risk mitigation is an essential part, and companies have to mitigate the risks themselves. And this risk assessment is not limited to the development phase, but also post-deployment and post-marketing. And then I think this is the most interesting part: governance frameworks, ways to govern the knowledge, ways to enhance standardization, ways for science funding for mitigation measures, but also to have proactive innovation for what they stated as meeting global challenges. Yeah, so I think this is an interesting way to structure and to think about how, for example, to build a governance framework on artificial intelligence. And looking closer what this means for a regulatory scheme, well, first you create a framework that is that kind of harmonizes existing regulation and is adaptable. And I already mentioned the 3 steps to you. One thing that wasn't as clear in this instrument is that you also have to think about the applicability, and Ugo Pagallo showed us the risk-based approach, how you could do this from a risk level. I think one important addition from the AI Act in the European Union is also to think about the value chain and how you put responsibilities on the different organizations in the value chain. And then you find the key requirements, risk management obligations, and the framework. And here I would say actually you can read the EU AI Act exactly along these lines, and it has specific ideas in certain regards. If I may comment on one thing that was also a reverberant theme here in this conference, I think the European Union announced it really as a horizontal approach and announced it as a way to govern all AI, one ring to rule them all. Yeah? But I think basically if you study the AI Act closely, you will see that it's basically a merger, a combination of horizontal and vertical regulation. And there are on several steps, several vertical elements from the applicability of the whole act to understanding what even is a high-risk system, which is crucial for the determination, to the determination of the obligations. and the conformity assessments. So maybe we'll go later into that. I just wanted to highlight that while the European Union markets this always as a harmonized horizontal approach, I think it's good to think about this, but also the regulatory choices you make as a combination of vertical and horizontal, because this alludes also to one of the key advantages of thinking about regulating AI. You harmonize existing regulation, like for example in fields, highly regulated fields like building airplanes, cars, or medical devices. Yeah, there is already regulation, and such an act allows you to harmonize this. Secondly, you give legal certainty specifically to startups and a way to save their reputation. You know that General Motors actually dropped out of the business of making autonomous cars because they ran into a very, very high liability risk, and that made them stop their business operations in this sector. Another thing we heard yesterday about the Brazilian attempts for generative AI, for creating generative AI. If you have a general purpose system and you don't have a framework, you don't need a law, but if you don't have a framework for your sectoral regulation, this will make it actually very, very hard to maintain and to develop such a general purpose system, because it has to meet several criteria, even within one country, depending on the respective regulation. Yeah? So you don't need a law like the European Union, but you need some form of harmonization. Otherwise, it's impossible, or not impossible, but very hard to maintain a system that meets all the challenges across the board. Yes, and motivation for co-regulation, I can be brief on that. We discussed this yesterday. It's good if people think about and share their good practices also with the competitors, to have a certain state of the art and to know actually what they have to do, yeah? Because otherwise people run into liability risks. Oop, no, now I'm going back. So that's the scheme, and then there's the stone, and with this I mean it's a little bit like in education. Yeah, you have the stick. The stick has always to be there, but you don't want to use it. You have the scheme, so what is actually the behavior you expect, and then you have the stone, and with that I mean how do you internalize the regulation, and how do you really appreciate and internalize this as a human being, but also as an organization. And here, one regulatory trend that we also find in the Brazilian data protection law is to have specific compliance functions. And I want to talk to you about the compliance function in the Digital Services Act. The Digital Services Act, the platform law of the European Union. What's interesting here is that compliance is made more broad, and it's the features are independence, sufficient authority, stature and resources, and what's also super important is access to the management body, that you can call the executive board and that you have a way to communicate should this be necessary. And if you look into Article 41 of the DSA and the ensuing regulations, it's interesting how this relates to different stakeholders, from management body and employees, which are informed and advised about the law, to the technology. And this compliance function is really engaged in these processes of designing the technology. Yeah, a very important and elaborate risk management process is linked to this compliance function, so they actually have the expertise to engage and to bring these societal interests I was talking about into these processes. Obviously, they also connect to independent auditors, and this is only for now only for very large online platforms. So there is a connection to independent audits, and they communicate and cooperate with regulators. Yeah, so you internalize a function into a company that basically changes the company from within by realizing these goals in the company. And that's one way, obviously, that you also cannot use in every instance, but one way to work towards changing these companies from within and creating this change internally. And now I come to my last point, which is also, I think, a very crucial point. Osgassa ended on learning, the principle of learning. And I want to highlight how you see the first traces of such regulatory learning actually ingrained in regulation. And I have 3 points here again: cooperation, infrastructure, and participation. So how are these new instruments kind of featuring knowledge and restructuring the way we produce regulatory knowledge? First, cooperation, which is very, very important because knowledge is distributed over several organizations, and the question is always, how do you make sure that basically the organizations needing the knowledge have it, and that you can actually also produce this knowledge? There are several forms, traditionally guidelines, standardization, but also more progressive ones like, for example, law clinics at universities supporting startups, how you can actually proliferate and further this knowledge. What I would like to introduce you here is just the complexity of relations, and I won't go into every example, but there is very nuanced relations to which organization speaks with whom to increase, share information and knowledge. Yeah. So briefly, B2B. In the field of the AI Act, a very, very important B2B information is between the provider of a system and a deployer. Yeah, because sometimes companies provide systems and others deploy them in the market along the value chain. And for example, in post-market surveillance, there is an obligation to share knowledge from the deployers who are much closer to the actual use to the providers, so the providers can actually adapt. There is B2G2B, which basically means, and I'm going to be brief here, in cybersecurity, critical infrastructure, sometimes leaks and problems are given to the authorities, so they are informed, and they inform other providers. Just as one further examples. Governance to business, very important guidelines, support measures, basically to lower costs of startups. Then we have, interestingly, business to government. There is a whole new thinking about, well, what does the government actually do when it needs certain information from businesses? Are there ways to get information and to acquire knowledge? Yeah, we had the whole open data idea of governments sharing their knowledge, but if businesses have crucial knowledge, vital knowledge, how does this work? And there are data access laws, and also ways to share knowledge with consumers, like, for example, in IT security law. And I showed you these different relations just to show you that there is a whole knowledge ecosystem evolving in which knowledge and information are shared in order to help the ecosystem with the following effects. Yes, to shield companies from liability, because you can trust in the state of the art and basically know what you actually have to do. To make regulation more efficient, because you actually know what you have to require. To make the whole process cheaper as a support specifically for SMEs, and to increase trust, specifically when there are knowledge asymmetries and you somehow always have the feeling, well, maybe this company knows more than we know, and this creates an area and an idea of distrust. Yeah, so these are some of the effects that such an efficient knowledge governance can have. Now, I think I have to speed up a little bit with the information infrastructure. Here, maybe let me just I wanted to show you regulation on data sharing. I'm going to be very brief about that. There are certain business models that are implemented on data sharing. There are requirements for these business models. like IT security, data protection, that these companies don't use the data themselves, and that they work in the interest of data holders and data users. And companies and non-profits can basically get certified voluntarily to get the status and to be a trustworthy institution for data sharing. That's the first point. The second point I'll go into briefly, democratic access to certain data. So here you see, again in the Digital Services Act, there are transparency registers for deletion notices where companies basically make them transparent, and there's also ways to analyze them yourself or to have them in a dashboard to learn about that. There's also data spaces for specific areas where there's a public infrastructure that helps to share this data, like mobility data and health data. So these are areas where there's actually democratic access to those data, and there is an infrastructure helping people to access them. And the third point I'm going to be very, very brief about. So this is data portability and accessibility. Here, the basic ideas are, on the one hand, that if you use a service and you want to change, the service has to enable you to take your data with you and bring it into the next service. And interoperability, also very, very important principle that is now, for example, also applicable for voice, text, messaging and image and video sharing, so that companies have at the moment to work towards an interoperability, so there is no lock-in effect, but you can actually use or address other people from your service, which would also be very dear to me, because I have no WhatsApp and I feel really excluded in Brazil because I can hardly communicate with anyone. So I'm really looking forward to being able from Signal to send you messages to WhatsApp. Good. Now is last but certainly not the least part of my journey, and I promise you to make this quick, but I really want to highlight this, because the knowledge production, we always talk about co-regulation and self-regulation, but by self-regulation we basically mean that the companies regulate themselves. But you know, when you think about these technologies as actually entering our life worlds, so that not we are the digital immigrants coming to a new space, but actually these technologies proliferate to the spaces we live in, this really changes your thinking about that. And I showed you here example of care robotics, where robotics actually is introduced into care homes. And the question is then, how do we understand what impacts this has without asking the people living there? And they might have very different ideas of how technology works and works for them, which is why transparency is key in knowledge production in these questions. And you cannot, you know, discuss this on the green table. I had a project myself where very famous roboticists came to me and say, I have a liability problem, nobody wants to insure my product. Well, how do I do that? I said, well, I looked in all the books, I don't know. So I asked the care specialist, what do you think about it? He said, I looked in all my books, I don't know. So what we then did is basically working with the people, employing participatory methods to learn about how they conceive how technology would work in their life worlds. And this is essential in knowledge production. And I'm pretty sure that that this digital transformation will fail if we have no mechanisms to produce knowledge also in a participatory manner. And here, very briefly, you can also find traces in risk assessment in the GDPR, but also in the Digital Services Act, which says you have to work with representatives of the potentially most affected groups to understand what the risks are and to understand which mitigation measures are good, because they can also tell you what do they think about that. Yeah? And this is really key in this knowledge dimension, not to do this talk to the people who actually are experts in their own life world. Okay, we went a long way, and now looking into 3 ways of restructuring knowledge, and looking at power relations and time. So I would like to close basically to reflect a little bit back on the place where we are and the visionaries who laid the foundations of this magnificent city, which did not only construct buildings, but they sculpted the arena within which Brazilian politics would evolve and thrive. Such is the depth of their legacy that were one to relocate the capital from here to another city tomorrow, the landscape of Brazilian politics would undoubtedly transform. It is no overstatement to assert that Brasilia has intertwined itself with the very essence of the Brazilian constitution. In the same manner that the foundational ideas of the city continue to influence Brazilian constitutional principles, so too will the currents of digital transformation seep into your constitutional framework in the future. And in that sense, your capital is in the process of being partly relocated. Irrespective of how you act, whether you remain passive or active, Brazil, as the world, stands at the crossroad, shaping the constitution of tomorrow. The choices made today will define the contours of power, time, and knowledge for the generations to come. 60 years from now, I think generations will look back at this moment, evaluating how we navigated the complexities of integrating digital paradigms into societal and political realms. It is my fervent hope that this distinguished chamber continues to serve as the beacon for debate and decision-making regarding Brazil's future and our common future. I hope that you possess the courage to identify new paths, a good intuition of choosing your paths, and the commitment to pursue compromise and consensus, all to construct a constitutional framework that embodies the essence of Brazilia's spirit in the area of digital transformation. A commitment to freedom as mirrored in the openness and expansiveness of the physical breadth of Brasilia. The infrastructure of effective and efficient governance as echoed in the functionality and aesthetics of Brasilia's design and architecture. And a future-oriented mindset propelled by the aspiration and energy to enhance well-being of all citizens, inspired by a city in which the sky is so close and so omnipresent. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Professor Djeffal. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Djeffal for bringing us so much information about Brazil that a lot of us don't even know. It's quite commendable that you know more about Brazil than we do. And it's also amazing to see how Brasilia also inspired your reflections. I think you were able to masterfully connect your central arguments with the inspiration of the city and the creation of the city, and above all, participation, legislative participation of National Congress. We have time for some questions. I would like to first give a few inputs here while you think about the questions you want to ask. First of all, we are undergoing a moment of antithesis between the democratic potential in the connected spheres. And part of the efforts of the seminar is to think about a kind of synthesis. So within the synthesis, we have addressed over several panels potential paradoxes and the ambivalences of the digital spheres. Interestingly, as Professor Djeffal puts into check the issue of the paradox itself. Not necessarily is there a dichotomy in between innovation and regulation, but the fact is that we have today unique technologies. Professor De Gallo talked about unique AIs. that have unique technologies that demand adequate regulation. So I think in your speech, Professor Djeffal was quite right when he brought us different models and frameworks which have a set of complexities in relation to the fulfillment of these rules and guidelines. So it's definitely not simple for a startup to reach the minimum level standards that are in these frameworks, be they frameworks for the data protection, frameworks related to cybersecurity. So I think you were able to address this quite well. Also with the idea to complement that which has been demanded by a true regulatory tsunami from the European governance. For example, privacy by design, security by design, and more ethics by design. So I think it's quite important to think about that and not only think about regulation as a dichotomy or as against all of the exponential innovation we are seeing today. I also thought it was interesting to think about not only how we use the technology, but something that always inspired me by your studies is the social technical effects of the technology. So while we use the technology also molds our behavior. So within the friction between the use and how the technologies mold us, there are some attempts that are useful and some that are kind of desperate in terms of regulation. Brazil is in a strategic moment right now to be able to think about this. What would be the best model? What would be the best framework? But at the same time, we don't have so much time. A recent article or paper from a professor, Silvio Almeida, had a very interesting title. The title said, "We are undergoing the age of the broken rock of artificial intelligence." So while there is a tension, there is a desire to regulate, sometimes maybe desperate, sometimes maybe too early, but we are afraid of anticipating. Instead of being afraid, we need to be strategic. So we need to think about how national strategies are extremely important to complement regulation. All of the judicial regulation we have to complement this. So the role of technology can be a part of that as well. And so my provocation is about the geopolitical race that we are living through now, because you talked about the importance of harmonization. And many times harmonization is local, national. Even in Europe, a lot of European countries do not cooperate minimally or adequately yet on these very specific subjects, so it continues to be a huge challenge. Harmonization sometimes needs to be transnational, so that's just a reflection based on the inspirations that you brought us in your speech. And now I would like to open for questions, comments. Any comments, questions? Good morning, Professor. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for your excellent presentation. You started your presentation talking about Brazil as the country of the future, as the book you showed us, and how that is so important in your presentation for us. Well, I just kind of want to summarize, if you could summarize your opinion about the fact that Brazil is in the situation in which we can regulate or not our digital media. And not only that, this affects regulation as a whole. We know that Europe is a country that seeks to regulate everything, and then sometimes that creates other delays because it can delay a lot of aspects, but especially when Europe needs to relate to other countries which are not as regulated. So imagine how hard it is for 27 countries to reach a consensus on a regulation. That's terrible. But in the case of Brazil, we do have a tradition of regulating everything. which is our tradition that came from Portugal from the time we were a colony. And that brought us many delays, as well as the general law of telecommunications very quickly was outdated because it took so long to create. And also the regulation on press also became outdated once it was approved, so much that we do not even know where we are right now. So I'm going to go back to what you said in the beginning. You said Brazil is the country of the future, or is the future already, in regulatory terms, our past? Or can that not be applied to regulation? Because regulation has to be done today. But anyway, what's your opinion on that?
Thank you for that question. I guess you can hear me. I think it's a very good question, and I think my first association of that was the forward thinking of Brazil, and that you're having these debates and continue to have these regulatory debates in an informed way, but maybe also that some of the perils of digitization, if I think, for example, about uses of mass communication through WhatsApp and similar products, showed first in Brazil, but now show all over the world, and showed, for example, in Germany later. Yeah? I could also talk about efforts of democracy labs to produce pro-democratic technologies. So I think there is a certain forward-looking aspect that I see in the Brazilian culture. I cannot judge the question of regulation. I can also only hint that maybe it's good to think about these aspects not in the terms of regulate or not regulate, but first identify the problems that there are. And in Europe, we identified a lot of problems with online media and the incentive structure in that regard that might be solved on the one hand. So is there a problem? And do we have the proper regulatory means to address these questions? And I think here it's very important to be mindful of the tradition, but also to understand that in regulating, we also have to adapt our measures. We also have to be, in a way, innovative, yeah, with slow, incremental innovation that cannot go wrong, yeah, because obviously this would have disastrous consequences for companies. Yeah, so but still, we have to adapt and also change the approaches to regulation. And if you enter into this from a design perspective, what would be our best shot in regulating? Then you can, I think, make an informed decision. And I perceive these discussions as heavy but fruitful. And I think that's a good aspects of your regulatory system. For example, to allow several proposals in processes, which again feeds into one, hopefully the choice of the best proposal at hand. I think the special thing with Europe is that, in my point of view, we are very happy to have a very specific policy setting with the European Commission, which is hardly to be touched by the influence of the normal political game, and that also outbalances various country interests, which makes European regulation, as you said, almost like an international treaty, a compromise, yeah, between very different ideas, and in many cases that actually leads to quite good results. And I think this is another, maybe also linking this to your argument, this is another point of an early international collaboration in these aspects to make sure that our regulation is interoperable and it somehow fits together. And on maybe to mention this also to you, so I don't forget this point, what you should not forget is that the operational regulation of AI is already underway in the realm of standardization. Because the AI Act and the executive order, if you look at the level of specificity of the obligations, they're very, very general. So the actual obligations are currently defined in standardization arenas, and there the discussion is going on. So my recommendation would be to be very mindful of these processes and support stakeholders from your area to participate there, to make your voice heard. Yeah, because there they actually work on KPIs and the exact requirements as they will have to be applied. And that's one arena not to be too late to.
Good morning. My name is Nemias Moshendo. I'm from the Parliament of Angola and director of the Commission on Technology and Information. First of all, I would like to thank you for your excellent lecture. Professor Christian, currently, well, I am going to make a comment and then I want your comments on my comments. So right now we have the G7, the G20, and we are discussing regulating the use of technologies, especially the emerging technology, which is artificial intelligence. In your opinion, in your point of view, Professor, how do you think that the countries in development, the underdeveloped countries that are not currently part of the G7 or the G20, how could they prepare themselves for the future? Because for some time, these technologies don't reach these countries, haven't reached these countries yet. So how can we prepare ourselves now so that when the technologies do reach the countries, we can already be prepared for the challenges that they present? I would like to hear your comments and also more of your knowledge, as well as what would your advice be to the underdeveloped countries or the countries in development? Thank you.
That's a very, very good question, and I think also a question that shows us that the old ways to structure the world, and also this idea of global north and south, have to be broken up. So I think one way to start with is to analyze the strengths, the things that are already happening in Africa. If I look, for example, to fintech, Africa is one of several countries in Africa produce actually the most innovation, because there's a lot of space and a lot of opportunities with these technologies. So I would say be mindful of your strengths, but also maybe be mindful of your goals. And when we talk about global challenges, the things where you could say this is maybe something where we could project our futures in AI to do something, because obviously in this part of investment you will have to pick and choose problems that you would like to address. And I think to build this expertise and to start also experimenting and going forward yourself, which is possible, in very many fields of AI. That's important. Secondly, obviously also to think about ways of education. And I think here, specifically European countries, and I can mention my own university, have learned how to set up programs and partnerships for education that foster the knowledge in the country, and not without extracting the best experts, but rather in the opposite, to foster the knowledge in the country and build corporations in that way. So this would be for the constructive aspect. And other than that, I think the recent efforts by the African Union, the white paper of the African Union and the ensuing process, is a very good step to formulate your ideas, your projections, and the way you would like AI to be designed. I think this is a very good way to go forward, and then to build coalitions in order to bring this forward and develop that. Yeah, because no country can, or very few countries can do it alone. And there was one. If you look at the AI strategies and their evolution, the first strategies always said we want to be the leading country in AI, yeah, including small states like, with all respect, Malta, for example, in Europe. They also said we want to be the leaders in AI. But then I think the European strategy introduced a shift. Obviously, this was also prompted by Vladimir Putin saying whoever will lead AI will lead the world, and then the Chinese releasing their strategy for 2030, where they said, actually, we want to lead AI. So this created a little bit of momentum. But then there is also this idea of cooperation, and that with strategic cooperation, actually also, and if you could unite in Africa, I think that's a good way to build together. And this is why I think it's exactly a very good. This white paper is and the uniting the traditions and thinking about common interests is a very good way to make your voice heard in the world. Yeah? Because the old idea of developing countries doesn't function with digital governance. Yeah? You can really see that. Some countries are already developed, other countries lag behind, and we need to find a new geopolitics in that regard. But it offers you some opportunities to leapfrog and to accelerate. So I would also see a positive potential for development. Okay.
Bom, gostaria de agradecer.
Thank you all for the questions. I know that we could have a few more questions, but time was such an important factor with Professor Djeffal's factor. That's why I'm going to respect that important factor. I think that thinking about time, power, and knowledge as keys to interpret all these challenges is an extremely smart way to do it, and it connects many of the different lectures we had over this event in the other panels. It connects to Professor Gallo, and it was a really interesting bridge that you built there. So since we are at the limit of our time, thank you all for your participation, the 800 people who are watching us online as well, and invite you all to a coffee break, and then we'll continue to the next panel. Thank you, everyone.
Por gentileza, ocupem seus assentos, porque em breve iremos começar. Senhoras e senhores, tem início o painel 3, Defesa da Democracia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our third panel, part of the international seminar, Democracy and New Technologies, Challenges of the Digital Era. This event is being broadcasted live in the Senate TV and has the participation of e-citizenship, where the public can send questions and suggestions. All those inscribed can have a certificate of participation of this event. You must access the QR code that is available at the entry of this auditorium, and those who are remotely accompanying us can use the QR code on the screen. We recognize the presence of the committee of the diplomatic body of Angola and Korea. We will have the moderator, special reporter for the Folha de São Paulo newspaper, and commentator for TV Cultura, Patrícia Campos Melo. She is a journalist by the University of São Paulo and has a master's from the University of New York. She is a special reporter of the Folha de São Paulo newspaper and commentarist of the TV Cultura. She was a researcher in Columbia University in 2020-2021 and mapped the political misinformation in the election context of Brazil in 2022. She was a correspondent in Washington for the Jornal Estado de São Paulo from 2006 to 2010. Now, I pass the floor to Eduardo or Patricia? Patricia. Good morning. Do you hear me? My name is Patrícia Campos Melo. I am a journalist from Folha. I am very excited to discuss such an important topic with you, which is the effect of new technologies on democracy. I think that we have a very rich panel because we have those who are in the forefront of trying to create laws. We have a senator, we have Maida, who's in front of communications, Pablo on research, and we want to talk about all the fronts to combat misinformation today, whether in the efforts of having a regulation that hold those who sponsor these misinformation liable, and research so we can understand the real effects of this regarding public policy. And I will introduce each one of our panelists. Each one will have a brief introduction, and then I will carry out a brief summary, and then we will open the floor to questions. I ask you to introduce yourself when you ask a question. I will start with Senator Rogério Carvalho. He is a physician. He's the former senator in collective health. He's a professor of the Federal University of Sergipe, and he is the current senator for the state of Sergipe. Then we have Maida Bittencourt. She's the general director of, she's from the University of São Paulo, a professor in communications, and also from the Federal University of Sergipe. And right now, she's the general director of the Brazilian Company of Communications, EBC. Pablo Hortelado is a professor of University of São Paulo. He is the coordinator of the debate about the digital medium and one of the main voices in research about this topic. And João Branche, who is also a researcher and now is the Secretary of Digital Policies of the Social Communications Secretariat of the Presidency of the Republic. He has a master's in communication policies from the London School of Economics, and he has a degree from the University of São Paulo. So we will start with Senator Rogério Carvalho. You have a presentation, and then we will move on to the next one. Let's go. Well, I brought an entire discussion about the bill to regulate technologies, but, well, good morning to all of you. First of all, those who are here in person, those who are accompanying us online, watching us online and other medium. And I'd like to greet everybody who has been duly introduced, very well introduced. I'm not going to talk about regulation. I'm going to talk about something that has mobilized me quite a bit to reflect about the topic. First of all, Boaventura de José Santos, he talks about the double fracture that academia must generate permanent tension over common sense. And this double rupture is common sense seeking out academia to reflect on life, reflecting how society organizes itself based on common sense, but generating constant tension. This is a reality that we have to face because common sense, it did not guide institutions, it did not guide part of politics. It started to guide these organizations about a decade or a decade and a half ago, and much before that we had history as an analytical category of facts and events, and the entire civilizatory process, despite everything that happened in the 18th century, 19th, 20th century with the Renaissance, we go through the civilizatory process in terms of filters, that which is consumed and that which is not consumed. So when you go through a technological revolution that connects all people in a great neural circuit, and we open space so that people can express themselves, you're opening space so that this common sense, it can flood, and it is the tonic of what will circulate. And obviously, this common sense, it is not under tension, as Boaventura Souza Santos said, and this common sense does not go through a filter of the disseminating hubs that, or polls that said that a syndicate or organization located in a certain territory changes how people interact with the territory and with other people, creating an existential territory. We don't have this critical cutoff point. We have behaviorism that is implicit in the relationship between a network and individuals, creating stimuli, response, etc., without a cause most of the times, that mediates, and that is generally the mediator that is most consistent for you to construct filters, civilizatory filters. Those are the causes that you put in the middle of the object. And if you consider what Milton Santos said, you have the operator in the factory, you have the manager, all of them together, they end up constructing a limitation, a more radical limitation or less radical limitation. Some people have deeper or less deep understanding, and you end up constructing a worldview that is not of one person, but is of a collective and represents a filter in a certain way. If we consider Deleuze and Guattari, and they talk about the control registration and control and production that we are producing all the time, regardless of our age. We are accumulating registers and controls, and all the time we are shaping ourselves to consume and putting ourselves towards consumption. You can see that this register and control, when you open space to common sense, to flood systemically in a neural way, and without a cause to mediate the construction and the criticism to this common sense, because there's not dialogue in terms of cause. There's a segment of those who are most aggressive, stimulated, included by the algorithm that stimulates this so that people can feed themselves with this and produce endorphins, like the rats in the experiments reported by Watson and his successors, which were called behaviorists. This reflective act, the first time I carried out a course of media training, they present it like this. You have the elector, the electorate that is the dog, which is loyal. There's the cat that wants to get his part and leave, and then you have the snake who is always criticizing. But today, we are before a framework where you need to have the mouse. The mouse is the person who is submitted to the stimuli and response, stimulus response. So to conclude, I like to say that the entire regulatory process is important. It's going to establish some milestones, but this field is extremely alive, high speed in terms of transformation. And if you don't understand this in depth, what this moment means in terms of philosophy, sociology, anthropology, sciences that study behavior, and bringing new concepts, new knowledge, not previous and old knowledge, but new thinkers, new philosophers that are reflecting about these issues, so that we can have great milestones and establish a regulation that provide these milestones. But I think that regulation of this area needs dynamic instruments that is present all the time, that goes along with all the transformations that this sector will undergo because of the speed which they happen. Because when you have initiated discussion, it's already old, it's already surpassed. And then you begin a new debate, then it's already old because a new discussion has arisen. So you need a place to be able to monitor and follow up of these transformations that the world, the humanity and the technologies and humanity and the world will experience in a very intense way. But we need to focus on common sense. Common sense is in general conservative. It has prejudice. It's discriminatory, and it is a portrait of the most primitive side that has materialized and is residual of humanity and a society. And the civilizatory process is when the registers and controls of common sense redefine what you consume and what you put forward for consumption. When you remove this, you create a barbarian environment. You create barbarism and followers of people and some ideas that have a leader. And when you do not agree with them, you are canceled. So there's this absolutely fascist structure from the point of view of discrimination, elimination of those who tend to not be a follower, because it's not in the field of discussions and philosophy about a worldview, about a cause. It's an individual issue that is or more aggressive positions that are expressed in terms of the algorithm that makes people follow them, because this sells more, this draws more attention, and because this is in the order of the day. So it's essential that we have this understanding before we carry out any kind of regulation, and that we understand if there is not enough tension over common sense, that if we do not produce registers and controls that allow people to put themselves to consumption and to consume, the trend that we see in the world going more to the right wing, more conservative. This is fruit of mass expression of the common sense. In other words, that common sense that has no filter about what is going to put out for consumption and what is consumed. So I think this is essential for a serious reflection that is consistent about how to work with this new reality. Not this new reality, with this reality that we are suffering the effects of in terms of its materiality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator, for your very interesting lecture. Now Maíra is going to make a presentation. We have a few slides. Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here dialoguing on this rich panel with people I admire so much. Thank you so much, Rogério Carvalho, for the invitation and the organization of this wonderful event that we have been participating in the last few days. Okay, so these slides will help guide my speech. I want to get into the issues of regulation, which have been discussed over this morning and in the last few days. But I also want to talk about communication specifically. Let's see if someone can help us. Our technical geniuses? No. Maybe the battery's dead.
Gesticulando ali para ele.
So the scenario that we saw is that we are undergoing a global ideological scenario. It's not a specific or unique scenario as we had in the past, where we could identify where the political articulations came from or where the opinions were formed and where it is communicated from. So we are living through an integrated global scenario. So a lot of the issues are similar to us all, such as the big techs, think tanks, organizations that work to foster a certain mindset. And that's not new in society, but it has a new, let's say, dress code, depending on the political issues that are extremely polarized as they are today. So the think tanks are now building narratives, and these narratives include certain forms of thought that are globally distributed. So we can say that there is a common mindset today that includes fundamentalism, religious fundamentalism, conservatism, and a cultural war of different issues that we've seen over the last few years that have been appropriated on one end, and on the other end, they're creating the political polarism. So there is a national and international investment to understand this communication, and in this context, which we understand as the complexity of the means of communication, but not necessarily a complication from communication, but a global complexity of economics, of politics, and all of the ideas that we see that have been influencing the elections in several countries. The public sphere is understood basically as a communication structure to guide behavior which involves not only the behavioral aspects of society. This is a quote from Habermas, and this also includes reflections on the public sphere, on public discussions. I will go to the next slide where we have a structure that I proposed in a book that I published in 2016 called The Digital Prince, in which there is an analysis of this conjuncture which integrates the politics, economy, international scenarios, our communication structure, and how this reaches society, or how society observes this. So there's not a single one area which we can identify as the source that generates information, but we have a decentralized, organized sources of this information. So in this situation, who is influencing opinions? Who is influencing the decision-making processes in politics, or even the construction of fake news, misinformation, and the dissemination of this information? I don't know if everyone can see the slides well. It's a bit, maybe we can make it bigger. Can we zoom in? Anyway, I can just keep talking. Anyway, we have 4 categories up there: the multitude of the anonymous, the opinion leaders, virtual organized communities, and politics. And so I can say that today that society is mobilized. Now, this is social mobilization, not only physical mobilization, but online social mobilization with the public mobilization of groups and people towards causes by these 4 factors. So anonymous multitudes, users, just like we all are, the leaders of opinions in these spaces. Then we have the opinion leaders that can be strong or weak, let's say people close to us or people we don't know, but they still have an opinion or a thought system that is common to us or similar to ours that creates a discourse. Then we have the virtual organized communities made up of hacker communities, and also the new social movements. We include think tanks here in some way as a new social movement, which are all supporting discourse. And not different from the first 3 categories, we have at the side political power and economic institutionalized powers, which direct the debate and trigger the 3 categories for their own mobilization, both in the virtual environment and the social environment, which we can call real or physical, for social mobilization. And what unites these 3 categories? How does this mobilization occur? It's the common topic. So we do not have any more, we're not fixated on leaders or people anymore, but it's more on the common agendas that these people have. So what unites us in the current society is the topic or the agenda. That's why it's important to reinforce several concepts. So we can look at one side of political polarization and understand very clear concepts there. These are common topics that mobilize people to that side. On the other end, we have other topics that are common, which mobilize the other side. And a common topic is the connection between people on networks, social networks, because the distribution of content undergoes a algorithm that people consume. So the common topics that people consume and that are once again delivered to them in a reproductive way, these common topics are part of many aspects of human life. So we have the common topics connected to politics, but a lot of topics that are related to people's daily lives, of things that happen around them, let's say, in their daily life. And we have a new distribution of communication through this bias of the common topics. I won't get into the other little boxes because our time is short, but we will discuss them as we go through the slides. This is a representation of an interactive graph made by the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, which maps out which are the institutions that are holders of the political debate in Europe. It's interesting to look at these institutions and understand their interrelations with the common topics that they carry. Here we can see that it's not something that happens by chance. It was built internationally because the same institutions that are in one country influence many other countries. And we also do not think it's a coincidence the way that the Brazilian political conjuncture is built and the international conjuncture is built, which follow these different paths in other countries as well. So what can be done? Who can we trust? How to consume information in this scenario with a multiplicity of influencers, players, and institutions? This is a very common question for us in the area of communication. I am not sure who to trust in. What are the means of communication that are working in a concrete way using real information, or their influencers, or how do we know who to trust? This is a dilemma that we have, because the trend is when we just circle around the common subject, but how does the common topic reach us? They come through the institutions or people that reinforce what that certain person already held as principles or understanding on different cases. That's why we have such diverse opinions. If we look at the comments in social media, we have this huge polarization of half of the people that comment believe that happened, and half of the other people think that it happened for another reason. So in this sense, the actual event doesn't matter, but the discourse that event generated. So there are some paths for us to understand who to trust. So communication in Brazil and the communication from other countries. In Brazil, we have historical communication issue, which comes basically from radio broadcasts through commercial structures. In other countries, most of the communication is built on public institutions or funding, and this generates other problems, of course, because when we have a commercial predominance, we have an editorial predominance on the construction of communication. Besides the radio broadcasting and the scenario of Brazilian radio broadcasting that is different from other countries, we also have in our current scenario a different situation from other countries who already regulated their accesses in relation to big techs, the messaging services, and most of the other countries already regulated access and consumption of artificial intelligence. So there are different realities. In the Brazilian scenario in terms of technology in relation to other countries. In this scenario, we have several surveys which point out to different points of views that show us important things, but it's also important to try to build something based on what we see. So here, I'm going to talk about our work in Brazilian public communication and what we've done. Understanding this capillarity, understanding the need to converse with various realities, to dialogue with various realities, and reach the common topic. EBC has built, ever since the beginning of last year, a process of expanding its network. The expansion of the network of radio and TV, when we are living a scenario of AI, well, first of all, it's important to say that radio and TV continue to be highly consumed by society as a whole, especially in Brazil. We're not talking about one screen. We're talking about several screens. So what is produced for TV is then distributed on other screens, and that content, it's important to understand how it was structured, and that's why these movements of expanding the network that works for public communication in Brazil needs to be there at the end of the line so we can dialogue with the multiple realities and so we can build based on the common topics from each one of the communities that are spread out in the country. With this vision on the diversity and importance of regional information, of highlighting regional aspects, is what has encouraged our expansion of the network. So in the beginning of last year, as we can see, our network of public communication and all of the partners, EBC partners, was 62 partner institutions in 23. And in 24, we have 117 institutions. What are these institutions? I think it's also important to highlight this. So it's important to understand that public communication, I'm not sure if the concept of public communication is clear to all of you. I don't know. A lot of people here are from the area of law. But the public communication has a bias of transparency, of bringing more diverse, plural information with many different points of view, accents, and realities, so we can present the most plural reality possible. So at its base, public communication needs to build a network so that the network itself can present the diversity and contribute in this construction. So understanding the need that we need to have this network, we've expanded. As we can see here, we doubled our network almost last year, with institutions that also have at their core the values that are important for public communication. What institutions are these? Universities, states, municipal and federal institutions that work with technological development, science, and other actions of education, and with the interrelationship with the communication, the local community. These have been our preferred partners in the expansion because we understand that the values of these institutions are very dear for public communication, and that a strengthened network with these institutions that seek the autonomy and quality in the production of their knowledge is how we will able to have a strengthened Brazilian public communication. On the next screen, we see the radio increase of partners. We had 54 in 23, and now we have 155 partner institutions from universities and other federal institutions, universities, federal, state, and municipal universities. Another important aspect is the social participation aspect. Social participation on building the common thread or the common topic is very important in our reality today, based on the structure that I showed on the second slide on the theory of the digital prince. So when we work with communication that is directed to the production of knowledge that comes from the public itself, it is even more important that we understand what are the social demands or pains that society is dealing with, and that we bring this into the production of public communication. So it's important to highlight how important it is to build this not only with the partner institutions, but also with society as a whole, having hearings, conferences, councils, commissions, such as the movement that we have seen in the federal movement of bringing the institutions back into the communication, not only in the communication, but in many other arenas to inform public policies. And these public policies also dialogue with other international organizations that have been doing the same thing. The example here are the examples of the large events that are now being hosted in Brazil, for example. So what are the possible paths for all of these realities? Besides the regulation of platforms, we have the need to reinforce communication that is produced on a network, and a network that is strong and disseminated throughout the whole country, and that can dialogue with the common causes that are under debate in society. Using technology it's fundamental that we understand the context, the technological context, and that we work with what exists in the technological world that is ahead of
that is delivering the technology and is teaching you how to consume the information. And then there's a process of education. Probably João will talk about that. Political training as well, and integrated action in an intelligent way, given this scenario, platforms, challenges, and communication. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Maíra. Que bom que funcionou afinal.
Thank you very much, Maíra. It worked out after all, the slides for you to teach us. Now we go to João Branch. Thank you, Patrícia, Maíra, Pablo, Patrícia, Senator Rogério Carvalho. Thank you to the Senate so that I can participate in this panel. I will draw on what has been said already and say that the federal government is trying to work on how to defend democracy based on public policy regulations and direct access to information and thinking about the integrity of information. I'm going to talk about why we are fixating on this concept that is the basis for us to advance in this agenda. And I'm going to bring some of the actions that we have been working on. I am the Secretary of Digital Technologies. I work with Minister Paulo Pimenta, and we have headed the discussion within the government, which we call a comprehensive approach to technologies that dialogues with the background information that was presented here by Rogério and Maíra, and that can also bring answers in the short term and immediate term. Let's see if I can make the slides work. Very well. Well, the presentation will be briefer, a bit more accelerated. It's a 20-minute presentation, and I only have 15 minutes, so I think I will try to accelerate my presentation. But I'm going to define what is integrity of information, a brief diagnosis, the Brazilian agenda in 2023, integrity of information in AI, the agenda of the G20, and perspectives for 2024. So that I do not have a crick in my neck here, I am going to accompany the presentation through the screen up there. Well, what is information integrity? This concept in the debate is instrumental concept adopted by the UN and other organizations like the OECD and OECD, and it supports the need for reliable information. Why is this concept important? Because for the first time, it materializes the social and governmental need for integrity of information. We used to focus on the individual, on the freedom of not suffering interference, but not on the right of the citizen to be well informed for their decision making. And I think what happened in the last 10, 15 years, the changes that the senators expressed and that are a negative externality of the business models of digital platforms. If we remember 2019, where internet had a significant reach, but social media and smartphones did not have that reach, the situation was a bit different. It was the arrival of the centrality of social media disorganizes the basis of a democratic society. And to talk about freedom of expression, together with the individual and the company level, we need to talk about integrity of information. I think I'm talking about one of the pillars of democracy and the sustenance of these democracies. And in practice, this represents the agenda of hate speech and misinformation. The integrity of information is a positive facet of a thing that must be dealt with in terms of combating the misinformation and hate speech. For this to happen, integrity, it requires regulations, and it depends on media education, regulation of markets, strengthening and sustainability of journalism of public interest, public and private, not just public, where there isn't public interest in its realization, and the stimulus to pluralism and diversity in communication, which dialogues with the expansion of the network, which Maida told us about, and she works with before she was in the ABC, before she became the director. And this imposes definition of new governance structures in the public sector and in the implementation of public policy. I think it's clear already, but these are some of the foundations that we have been discussing in the G20 as reasons for countries with political cultures that are so different and diverse to dedicate themselves to facing hate speech. We're talking about instability that is social and economic, that affects social cohesion, questioning the legitimacy of electoral systems, which generates trust crisis in institutions, which is very severe. You can't explain January 8th or January 6th in the United States, but just talking about our situation here, January 8th, there were 3 waves of misinformation that caused a perception, from our point of view, very distorted of reality, because there were several players that invaded the 3 palaces of the branches of power. So we're talking about the negation of climate change, the denial of climate change, and other issues. We have something that's very obvious, which is strategic communication. I'm not going to talk about this because it's not my area of expertise in SECOM, but it's a systematic agenda within the Secretariat. We have Brazil against fake news. We have a series of actions taken every day to face up to the lies that circulate online. But from our point of view, we have the perspective to believe that regulation is a key pathway, and it has to be done in the format that Rogério Carvalho said, in a way that is based on principles, but with the capacity of changing immediately as an instrument that allows you to have a regulation that adapts to the times. I think this is an assessment based on risk that Europe has bet on, and it is a path that we believe in the fake news bill must be adopted. We have specific issues in terms of normative instruments and institutional settings. How do government resources, they cannot reinforce misinformation. We have the national strategy against misinformation for vaccinations. This is a joint experience between several organizations of the government. They're all involved. And to face the lack of information about vaccines or misinformation, we have the General Attorney of the unit. We are working in constant dialogue with them to face up to the cases that must be taken to the judiciary. There are several actions or lawsuits that we are undergoing to combat misinformation. Here we're talking about 2023, and then I'm going to talk about what is in sight for 2024. And now I'm going to talk about media education. We have the first week of the seminar for media education, and we have had key collaborators in this. And this inaugurates in the Brazilian state in partnership with the Ministry of Education, which intends to form thousands of teachers every year. We also have the Ministry of Education coordinating seminars on safety in schools. We also have commitments to protect the LGBTQIA+ population. We have working groups in the Justice Court of Bahia about the judiciary and the internet to talk about how these topics are going through the judiciary so we can seek out common understanding among different courts in Brazil so that we can make these actions more effective. We have the Observatory of Violence Against the Journalists and Communicators and some publications that we have launched too. In addition, we're working on the conscious and healthy use of screens by children and adolescents. This is a key issue. This action is coordinated with 6 ministries, and we're working together with the Ministry of Racial Equality to build communication that is anti-racist. So after all this work to expand social communication, we have a contribution to this process, and I was working with this together with Maida and my partner too, my colleague, and I'm not going to go into details because she already mentioned it. There's a discussion about TV 3.0 that unites bandwidth and TV. You need to have public communication, the presence of education and community initiatives, which is a topic that's very dear to me. In addition to information integrity, we have also carried out several international coordination. It goes through the adherence that we have done with the International Partnership for Information and Democracy, headed by France. We also work with Mercosur, with Canada, and other countries, working with integrity of information, bilateral partnerships with Germany and the United Kingdom. We are going to sign an agreement with Macron in France, and working with media education in cooperation with Finland and Denmark in the area of education, media education. Our team was in Finland and Denmark, which have advanced experiences in this area. Why am I going through this very tiresome list with you? I would say it's so that you can understand what kind of work we're doing, providing you accountability, and to tell you that there's no silver bullet for these problems. We have to go through a comprehensive strategy. I have 4 minutes. Is that it? Very well counted 4 minutes. Okay. And I want to talk about our perspective in G20 and 2024. So I need to talk about the integrity of information in IA. We have been dialoguing with Senator Eduardo Gomes and his team, who has drafted the bill in the Federal Senate regarding AI. And our understanding is that this bill is going to advance in a very interesting manner in terms of risk mitigation, and it is a regulatory organization that has the responsibility to take care of these responsibilities. And we also presented to the senator that integrity of information must be vertical and included all these actors in the law. Both the inputs that IA receives and the output that users receive regarding the sustainability of content. We need to look to all this and sustainability of journalism, and we need to give privilege to this information. Once you have a rearrangement that is economic and appropriation by digital companies and organized by journalists like Patricia and others who are here as primary producers of knowledge. I'm not going to go into details about this. What I wanted to emphasize within the regulatory environment is Bill 2630, which is approved by the Senate in 2020. It's being discussed in the House of Representatives. Some people say, oh, I don't think this is going forward. Sometimes it doesn't go forward. Patricia asks me every 2 months, how are things going? And I say, we are going to have to face this debate. We carried out work dialoguing with companies to try to come to certain agreements, and some senators have been talking with parliament fronts, and we think that this bill can be addressed in April on less conflictive bases and sustain on these 4 principles: adjustments in terms of responsibility, systemic education, moderation of content, and the necessity of companies taking care of content that is already illegal. So we're not reinventing the wheel. We're just saying that that which is considered illegal cannot be considered a posteriori after the damage has been done. We have to impose responsibility of following Brazilian legislation in terms of the democratic rule of law, incentives towards suicide and self-harm, racism, public health crimes, animal mutilation, etc. Those are some of the topics that are under the wing of this commission. I could talk more about misinformation, but I want to speak about G20 for a little bit. For the first time, G20 has talked about integrity of information. This has been talked about within the perspective of digital economy because this affects and causes political instability in countries. It affects the exercise of rights by citizens of the countries in the bloc. This moves discussions within the group. The products expected are a report about the current state of debates about information strategy, a document about possible strategies to foster integrity of information within UNESCO. We also have an event to discuss a high-level event, April 30th, May 1st. I'd like to take the opportunity to invite you to participate in this event in São Paulo, Hotel Hyatt. We will have the Undersecretary of Global Communication of the UN. We have Maria Hassan, who is a journalist who won the Nobel Prize, and several other important figures. I wanted to end by saying that in addition to advancing in regulatory discussions and interministerial work and in partnerships with social society in terms of media education and the Ministry of Education, there are two actions that I want to emphasize here. We believe in the need to strengthen research and development in this area, facing up to misinformation. So we have been discussing things with research institutions, with CNPq, CAPES, IPEA, all these research institutions in Brazil, in the direction of pointing to the need to strengthen initiatives that are scientific and academic, but have the capacity shine a light on this discussion and the need to seek out answers that do not come directly from the government, solely from the government. Pablo represents here 20, 30, 100 high-level researchers that publish internationally because Brazil is also Brazil's one of the environmental experiments for misinformation, and we also have positive stimuli and a possibility of working in a network with these researchers and policymakers to foster research. Of course, we need to mobilize society, so I emphasize the National Olympics of Media Education to face misinformation in partnership with Unicamp, and the forecast is 40,000 students participating. I really rushed through my slides, but I want to leave the message here that within national and international conversations and covering the breadth of this topic and with equally comprehensive responses. Thank you very much. Wow, you were right on time. You finished right on time. So Pablo, your turn. Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the Senate for organizing this event. I've been here since the very beginning. It's been quite interesting. Brasilia, people from Brasilia cannot really come to this event, but those who come from outside, they take a few days off to come and participate. So thank you, Patricia, Senator Maíra, Pablo Hortelado. So I want to say something that has already been said several times. It's not so new, but to end with a very constructive question and also a question that bothers us, that can be bothersome, because it needs to be done. So to repeat what has been said, the topic of this panel, we're discussing the effects of misinformation and the effects on democracy. There's a lot of literature about misinformation. It starts in 2016, contemporary studies about this topic. But I really like a research study by people here from Berkman Center, Benkler Ferris. I like to go back to their thesis and see how their diagnosis works in Brazil. And then I will finish with my question that will provoke you. Can I go forward in my presentation? Yes. Okay. The topic of misinformation, which before we called the problem of fake news, we run away from this topic because it's very politically charged and it confuses us more than helps us. So misinformation now is politically charged too, so we don't know what to use anymore. But it emerged in 2016 it was named. It started in 2014, 2015, but it emerged named during the electoral American process when blogs, malicious blogs, disseminated lies about Hillary Clinton, and they started to have great dissemination. So why did we give a new name, fake news sites? Because it was a new phenomenon. It wasn't an old phenomenon of opinion blogs that we had in the 2000s. It was a new phenomenon because there were blogs who had ultra-editorialized approach, hyper-partisan approach, but that presented this in a format of news. So it was like simulacrum of news. You had a headline, you had the lead, which is the opening that you have in newspapers, you have quotes. It looked like news, but it wasn't news. You didn't have the investigative process, which is a feature of newspapers and news in general. It seemed journalism. It had the name of journalism. Here in Brazil, they had the name of a newspaper, Gazette. So it looks like journalism, but it's not journalism because it does not have journalistic investigation. So this was named in 2016, and it was given the name of fake news sites. It's a simulacrum of journalism, but it's not journalism. This created many problems. Facebook was accused of being complacent with this dissemination of this type of information. It created enormous bibliography, and we have seen part of this in our seminar. So the Beckman Center published a book that was not translated, unfortunately, Network Propaganda. It had a great impact on the field. I don't know why it wasn't translated, from 2018. And they have the following diagnosis. Let me show you the most important graph. You can't really see anything because my slides are no good. Please don't call me to design slides.
O cara estuda tecnologia, não sabe nada. Aqui. Não dá para ver nada porque eu não sei fazer slide, mas eu vou contar para vocês.
You can't see it really well, but anyway, I think a lot of people who work with graphs.
Grafo é essa estrutura, uma estrutura matemática formada de
Graphs are a mathematical structure.
Mas esse grafo aí tem as bolinhas. Essas bolinhas representam páginas desses sites hiperpartidários. Não só, são todos os sites jornalísticos. Essa é a turma de Berkman fazendo.
This is the Berkman group talking about the campaign of 2016 where Hillary ran against Trump. So in green, there's the progressives, and in red are the conservatives, because there the Republican color is red. That's why they use this color. You can't read it.
Vocês veriam que aqui no campo da esquerda estão os sites partidários de esquerda, que são os blogs de esquerda, esses sites hiperpartidários que teve na direita também existiam na esquerda, né? Esse grafo, os nós, são essas bolinhas, são representados por essas
These
páginas,
graphs are
sites,
represented by these
e as arestas, que são as conexões entre essas
the websites and the vehicles, and then we have the number of people that interact simultaneously with both of these vehicles. So when someone likes or something, then the software calculates this graph, and it creates two groups or two clusters of these nodes, one from the right and the left, because our society is polarized. Why are they grouped together? Because the leftists keep are inside of their circuit of information of the left and the rights equally. That's why they're clustered. They only interact with information from their cluster. The Berkeley team decided to do it this way because it doesn't emphasize the separation. There are some technical issues, but if we filtered it by smaller nodes, it would be very separate, two very separate clusters, because polarization in 2016 in the United States was already very high. The thesis from the Berkeley guys to explain the problem of misinformation is the following. Traditionally, journalism fulfills two roles, one to report and the others report on facts, and the other is to adequate the facts to political identities. So the same vehicles carry out these two roles separately and in journalism. So journalism understands what, let's say there's a corruption scandal. Let's say the scandal was involving a leftist candidate, and then the right political parties are going to say that the leftists are corrupt, and then the people from the left will try to adequate that vision into a discourse. Oh, things are not like that. It's an exaggerated piece of news. They're going to try to adequate that discovered fact and frame it into a understanding where it is edited, so then that the fact that is maybe uncomfortable is less severe. So the misinformation websites, they mix all of that up because they do not check the facts. They only adequate the facts to world vision. So they're interacting in the political races, but not the same way we used to do it in the past. So in a website, on a website, it's presented as a fact, but on a newspaper, it's presented in a opinion column. So they were trying to frame the facts into their opinions, not even read the facts. So they were squishing the facts into their world visions. So that distorts facts, takes them out of context, and in the end, the facts were invented. That's the problem of misinformation. We were living through a polarized society where people were where people had inflamed political opinions, and they were consuming information that was misinformed, and in the end, lies even. So in the Berkeley book, they said, one, that information that circulated in the left was that Trump had raped a woman, and then on the right it said that Hillary participated in a network of pedophiles. So those were the informations that was the information that was circulating on the websites of both sides. So they were studying how did that circulate during the elections, and they created this graph. So one of the important things that the study shows, you can't see it very well here because I don't know how to present things on slides, but on the leftist circuit, the blue circuit, there are party websites from progressive groups. So there's also New York Times, Washington Post, there are ABC, so all of the large American journalism broadcasters. So
that means that the left side is stuck inside of an informational circuit. However, they are reading the journalistic websites, and the journalistic websites are controlling the accesses from the hyper party websites. And that shows that New York Times, Washington Post, all of the journalistic American media sources had showed that the fact that Trump raped a woman was false. And then that information was read by the leftist group. So journalism controlled the information. When we look at the right side, the extreme right websites, at the time Breitbart was one of the main website at the time, was spreading this misinformation on Hillary. And in that side, there was only one news vehicle, Fox News. Fox News did not say that, did not broadcast that news, that piece of news, but they didn't say it was wrong either. So the false information freely circulated with no contestation on the right side. So they called that the asymmetry of misinformation. Both sides are stuck in informational circuits that are separate and segregated into separate clusters. However, on the left, there is press controlling the excesses and contradicting the lies if they are not facts. On the other hand, it doesn't. The right side didn't have that. My time is finishing. Oh, Lordy. Well, anyway, I presented this study many times from the Berkeley team. But anyway, Twitter doesn't let us access data, but that's another subject. But notice that in Brazil, our structure is not bipartite, it's tripartite. On the blue side here, we have the extreme right, websites such as Jornal Cidade Mine, Brasil Sem Medo. Those are the extreme right websites. On the right side, which is the Brazilian leftist colors, we have the other leftist websites. And then in the middle, we have our main vehicles of journalism, Folha, Wall, Globo. So what does that mean from the point of view of the Berkeley or the Harvard team had done? Is our structure healthier or less healthy than the American structure? There are two ways of seeing it. I can say, oh, it's more at the middle. So you remember that the graphs are a calculation of the interactions that people have. If it's in the middle, it means that both the right and the left are reading the main media sources. So the media source is controlling both sides. I think it's a more optimistic point of view of seeing it. It's one of the possible ways we can read this graph. The other way we can read it is, well, yes, it's in the middle. And being in the middle is the best place to be. However, it's also separate. There is no structure that is intertwining both sides. So there are sets of consumers that are reading big media and others that are only reading leftist media and only reading rightist media. That's the worst scenario, because then we would have a situation that's worse than the United States. However, the last time I did this study for Brazil was in 2020, and then Twitter was bought by Elon Musk, and he closed the page, so we can't make these studies anymore in any part of the world. However, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the book from Felipe Muniz and Thomas Chalmers included a survey about how Lula and Bolsonaro voters access information. After the... My time's up. Of course, I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish. I'm just controlling my time. So you can see that the situation changed after the 8th of January. This is data from 2023. So what we can see here is that the websites, the leftist websites,
are not read by the left. Only 1% in this survey. 1% of Lula's voters are reading purely leftist media sources. If you look to the other side, Jovem Pan, Brasil Sem Medo, Jovem Pan is 20%. So for the Lula voters, 61% are watching global news. What a different world we live in today. Who would imagine that that would ever happen? And 19% of Bolsonaro voters were. What does that show? I think that if we had, based on the survey from this survey, if Twitter could give me data to redo the graph from 2020, I would find that in Brazil, the situation is very similar to the United States, with the Brazilian left consuming leftist news sources, of course, but still reading Folha, Globo, the traditional media sources. Since these main journalist systems are controlling the excesses on each side, but on the right side, we only have Jovem Pan, and they have the same deficiency as Fox News has, for example. They do not control information, they do not correct excesses, and we have the same phenomenon of asymmetrical polarization. I'm repeating myself a bit, but this is just a brief summary of the book Network Propagation. So in the end, what am I doing well? My question is, what are we doing today to fix this? How are we facing this problem? Because I think the diagnosis that was made is perfectly adequate. What are we doing? Well, we have two remedies. The first remedy is criminal prosecution of those who challenge democracy. In the Brazilian case, we are doing that, and we need to continue doing that. The people who invaded Congress, we can't ignore that. They need to be punished, and they need to be punished severely. And we are trying to regulate social media. We have the PL 2630, which is the best way that we can do it. It's following the European model, and that's what we are trying to do. I hope we are able to do that this year. Is that enough to solve the problem? Obviously not. Sorry, I just needed to take advantage of this moment to be very frank. What we are doing is necessary. If we didn't do it, if we do not punish those who participated from the 8th of January, then, you know, we're doomed. Otherwise, anyone can do whatever they want. But if we do not regulate social media in the lightest way possible, which is the European way, we'll also not be able to control social media, but that doesn't solve the problem, because the problem is structural. That the right does not regulate their information. And criminal prosecution and regulation of social media will not solve that problem. So the more we try to fix this problem, the worse it gets, because the right is calling it censorship and political persecution. So the right is a political strength that is ingrained in Brazilian society and is becoming more and more radical as time passes. These actions, although they are necessary, they're not enough. We have to do them, but they're not enough. Well, don't ask me how to do it. I don't know what to do, but we need to reorganize our information, the rights informational system. We need to have players on the right that can do that. I'm just being very clear. We need a strong Gazeta do Povo that control the information. Hey da Manhã is doing that in Rio, but we need players that can do that. Jovem Pan needs to start correcting the facts that are wrong and not spreading misinformation. This is the political fundamental way that we will contain this problem. The rest is necessary, but completely insufficient. Very exciting, Pablo.
Okay, I'm going to try to summarize what was said here and then open to questions. I'm going to start with Senator Rogério Carvalho. We thought you were going to talk about the law on artificial intelligence, but you were much more profound because you talked about the base and the essence of why we're here and how the new ecosystem of information with no mediators and no filters. Correct me if I'm summarizing this wrong, but how the new ecosystem of information tends to be very conservative and full of prejudice. With no intervention or mediation, we create a very toxic environment. Maida talked about how, well, she talked about a lot of things, but she talked about what EBC is doing in relation to expanding their network with the central issue of combating misinformation. And the question is, who can we trust? Which media sources supply trustworthy information? So that's what EBC is doing, increasing their network of radio and TV, which also will be used on other screens. And João, this is a micro summary, of course, guys. João talked about the concept of integrity of information, which I think is also very important. Otherwise, we're stuck in a discussion between fake news is the news that I don't agree with. So if we talk about integrity of information, it's more a technical term to determine if the facts are true or not. So now I think we can talk about the defense of integrity of information and no longer the combat fighting misinformation or fake news. Soon it will be stereotyped some way. I'm sure somebody will appropriate it in the way that several others have done. And then all of the initiatives of mediatic education, the importance of the law and regulation, PL 70, and on the sustainability of journalism. Something that I didn't know about is the elaboration of a rule for institutional publicity. That used to be a problem because government funds in the past government and several other governments would end up irrigating either extremist news sources or websites. I know we had several articles that showed that. And the strategy for mediatic and education with the Observatory against violence towards journalism and the international arena was also mentioned, the G20. And then Pablo shared a study from the very important book called Network Propaganda, showing how traditional media doesn't, with a rightist bias, does not work as a fact checker for the extremist websites. Let's say the ones that pretend to be news websites, but they are not, and that Brazil, given his last analysis, we might be in that same position. This is a personal example I'm going to use now. The main media sources such as Globo, Estadão, and Folha in Brazil always suffer when people from the left say, I hated that piece of information or that article because it doesn't match with what I believe. But the right doesn't do that. They don't question opinions that have been adopted by the right. Anyway, we need to, I don't know, you raised the question but didn't give us the answer. How can we create traditional media with the right bias, which can fulfill the role of checking information? I would like to know if anyone from the audience has questions, and if you do, please tell us your names. Please ask questions and don't give us a lecture. There were a lot of lectures already.
So I'm going to start on the left here. So the sir over here. Okay, we have 20 minutes left.
Olá.
Hello, good morning. My name is Fabio. I am from philosophy and I also work with politics. Asking me not to do a lecture is hard for me. But we have a problem that I wanted to bring Ariano Sussaruna and comparing fake news with and lies, defining them as lies, we would reach the most simple people. And in 2016, we talked about fake news. It's because it was named, because if we get the 2014 election, we had that message as if it were from G1, that the Youssef dollar exchange person was murdered by the left in the first round of elections. And my question is for Pablo. If we today, and the internet on the hand of society has arrived in a way that we are not prepared for as a society, and wouldn't this be the same as when humanity dominated fire, mastered fire? It began to burn itself in a different way, but it evolved. Are we still in this process of trying to master something when it arrived to our hand, we weren't ready for it? Let's gather 3 questions, or else we're going to go crazy here. So 2 more questions here on the left side. This woman here. Good morning. I'm Maíra de Fátima. I am an attorney. I have a question, which is, why do you defend regulation in this bill of law, which proposes to control social media and networks? Because people who are against this, who have been defending against the bill, they are based on the foundation that there's already a legal framework. When you have in the penal code, you have several crimes that would fit in the online environment, but they are very mistaken, because what we want to regulate is this crime as well, but for whom and how? Because journalists, for example, when they disseminate some news, they have their sources that, although they cannot divulge, there are things that can be checked. People with responsibility, honest people, and what will be framed in this bill is what kind of people of the population outside of journalism, of serious journalism, people who are disseminating fake news. So this is the type of crime and the type of people that this law is including beyond journalism. Another question? We have one far in the back. I'm trying to go in order. Good morning. Congratulations for each lecture. They were very, very good. My name is Barbara Coelho. I work with technopolitics and informational disorders. And I have the following question. In addition to all these problems that were listed here, that were talked about, especially here in the last lectures, in terms of absence of control on the right-wing journalism, what has been done to contain the use of robots and the interference of platforms in the context? Because many times we are watching certain things on social media, and we have interference. What I want to say is that it's much harder to pop the right bubble than the bubble on the left. And sometimes there's the intermediation of social platforms regarding this. And the other question is, how do social movements, in terms of unions, federations, how can they participate in a more incisive manner in these initiatives that are from the government that were cited here. Thank you. Okay, so let's start with the senator who has to leave after this block of questions. Would you like to answer, Senator? Well, I think that we had a very rich debate. I think that the issues that were talked about, they have several different answers, not just one question. I think regulation is much more complex than just prohibiting manifestations of a site, of a newspaper. I think the problem is systemic, and I repeat myself when I say that we are dealing, and I think the colleague who asked the question is right. It's as if we discovered a fire, and fire is an extravagant manifestation of common sense. Nobody commands a change of behavior just by induction. It's the repressed expression of society created based on clusters, several clusters, but it has gained space, an unfiltered space, and has formed opinions around the world. So we are before something that is much greater than we imagine. We are talking about the vision of humanity and of individuals about themselves and the relationships. We are talking about our most primitive side, the anti-Oedipus, Schizophrenia and Capitalism by Guattari and Deleuze. We're talking about the schizophrenia. It's much deeper. So this is my answer. I think that the sir who talked about fire, the fire that is burning is common sense that is being taken advantage of. And the primitive side of people, or the schizoid form of people, we have no filter for this. Everything is valid. Everything happens. Of course, that all these attempts are important, but we cannot close our eyes to something more objective, materialized, real. The expression of common sense in Brazil, more than 84% of the population expresses this common sense. Of these 84%, how many are from which side, and what is their point of view on any topic that we put on the table? And how does social media stimulate this? How they stimulate this? By stimulating our primitive side. If you use human beings' primitive side, then you have more followers. And the most common sense, the more followers you have. So I have to leave because I have a meeting with the ambassador now. It was at noon in my cabinet, and he travels today. But I want to leave this provocation. Let us not forget that common sense is conservative. It is a reflection of a primitive dimension of human beings, and that this is what we are up against. Nobody changes their worldview in 10 years if this worldview is not in people. Nobody will bring back white supremacism if this vision is not imbued in people. Nobody brings back racism if this racism is not imbued in people. Sexism, misogyny, if it's not imbued in people already. This desire to resolve things with guns that will not go away because it is imbued in people. All of this is unfiltered, and we have lost a lot in terms of the point of view of civility. We have regressed in terms of civilization. From the point of view of civilizatory process, We are paralyzed at this moment. We are fibrillating, and our hearts are going through a stroke. We need to make every effort to understand this, but we cannot deny the essence. Today, from the point of view of civilization, our heart has suffered a stroke. We are not evolving because as long as this common sense ocean conducts humanity and is stimulated by social media, by big techs to earn more money and transform society into rats, to lab rats, to respond to stimuli. 80% are on TikTok. Just look at Castell's lecture in the opening. TikTok produces the most stimuli and responses, but TikTok reaches 84. Thank you very much, and I apologize because I have to leave. Sorry for my emphatic speech right now. So if you can respond in a more concise manner, then we can go to another round of questions. I will comment the question about the need for regulation. This discourse that everything is already regulated in law is a very superficial discourse, and we need to understand how regulatory processes work in our country and other countries, which go far beyond what we can do and what we can't do. It does not just put rules in front of us. It's what we expect is that we can have documents that provide guidelines in terms of what will happen after that which could not be done is done. And how do we remove a publication, how fast the social media platform has to remove an information, and then what will be done with the fees based on this moment. So far beyond describing what are the topics, it's more procedural, especially here in Brazil. So let's talk about the regulation of social media. The pathway here in Brazil is the most moderated pathway because the public debate seems like it is censorship and not censorship, and this debate does not exist. It's an illusion. If you are not moderating social media, it will become full of spam, pornography, propaganda. It's unfeasible. For that to work, you need to regulate it. You need to remove content. The issue is, what will we remove? Right now, the company decides what they will remove. It's one of the greatest companies in the world, and they have created rules from their own head, from their own mind. The proposal is that we follow national legislation and consensus about racism, hate speech. They need to be included in the obligations of moderation. That's what we're talking about. It's not the state that is going to do this. It's the companies that are going to incorporate these into their obligations in the European way, in a democratic form. This debate about censorship is a distortion of discussion. There's no full freedom of speech. Everything has to be moderated. We see this problem as a form of censorship or non-censorship. This is madness. Your comment about fire, I'm a bit fearful of what we are living now. I hope we can learn, though, with what we are experiencing. I'm usually the pessimist, but today I am the optimist. What Senator Rogério said and Pablo said, I think they're very correct, and I 100% agree. But the provocation that Pablo said, he made a question and he gave us a more provocative answer. But I think that it brings us to the center, And in the last speech that Pablo gave, he says what we're trying to do is in some way revert the incentive mechanisms that are a fruit of this negative externality of platforms. We can have the collateral effects of this arrangement that opens space for everybody to speak and distribute this information, but with very perverse intentions that in the end invite this more obscure side of us human beings that bring it to the first plane because it mobilizes our affects, both positive and negative, that generate this polarization in this tone that Pablo brought here. I would reinforce here that we need to make it so that the regulation advances in this direction, in the direction of, and then my optimism comes in. I think, and Frances Hogan, who was the researcher of Meta, she says, we do not have to reverse everything and put the chicken back in the egg or the toothpaste back in the tube. But if you leave barbarianism and go back to a more regulated fashion that social media has to answer to public interest in the same level that they answer to private interests, we would be able to attenuate these negative effects. So I will be the optimist here. This is not so far away, and this dimension of going back a little bit to a civilizatory point of view in the public sphere, this is, we can reach this, but we need to approve certain laws. We need to strengthen education, media education, and all these things that we have to do to face this dimension. And journalism as the central activity of public information has lost its place because of a leniency of society in terms of the advancement of social media. Let me just ask Elena. Our time is up. Can I have more? Okay, 3 more questions. I don't know how you're going to decide who speaks. I'm the moderator. I have to decide. Congratulations for the panel. Oh, could you introduce yourself? I'm João Lima. I work with the TV here in the Senate, but my question is about information. I really like the concept of integrity of information, to be more precise. And I think that it allows us to think a bit beyond to misinformation and fake news. Using the theory of the philosopher of language, assertive acts have to do about truth and lies about the world. So it refers to fake news, but there are 4 other types of acts. So the directive act, who uses this act badly is the manipulator. It's a group that is incentivizing suicide, for example. They're using information badly. Then informacide is a person who breaks promises, or whether a public policy that Congress passed but was not implemented. This is a breach in promises. So this point of view allows us to think beyond simple misinformation. And the fact, the declarative act, if you use this badly, you are a fraud. You're creating something that does not exist. You create an illusion that does not exist. And find expressive act as somebody who is a hypocrite. This is more internal. So my question is this, for João, do you think that this point of view of integrity of information, does it allow us to broaden and go beyond misinformation alone? There's somebody in the back in orange. The woman in the back in orange. And this person here, and then we're done, because I have to be arbitrary. Good morning. My name is Caroline Martins. I am a pedagogy student. I am also beginning to research. My interest is very aimed at technology and the education of teachers, and I will direct my question mainly to Professor Pablo. I want to know what you can say about the impact of new technologies in education, in addition to the ethical aspect that was presented already, especially in the context of alpha literacy in terms of artificial intelligence and your role in terms of this trajectory. Thank you. Well, good morning. I am Robson Carvalho, and I asked this as a PhD candidate in the University of Brasilia. It dialogues with my thesis that is about attacks to democracy in Brazil. My question is related to the lecture of Professor Pablo, who talks about digital media and communication companies. They have their own interests and interest in profit, but they also have political interests. And my question, based on what you said, can be answered by Maíra as well, by Brandt. Is it possible, as we saw in those graphs and those demonstrations, if we put government vehicles, media vehicles, so that they can be more visible and read more by these people who are working as intermediaries, going in the field of public communication, not so much government communication, but public communication. Maybe we could find this possibility of occupying this space as a moderator of content. Thank you. Hello? You can hear me well? Yes. I heard myself now. So I think that the concept of integrity of information is not because we just took a concept that was floating around and decided to use it. I think it materializes what we're searching for. In a certain way, I defended that the right of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the freedom of expression and press, which is like the other side of the moon. We don't really look at it and don't really talk about it. Some people think that we have advanced in the last 30 years, but we're also afraid to validate the reliability of information, giving the management of what is true or not at the state level, which is also not the case here. So intermediary communication could solve this, and as you mentioned, the philosopher of language reinforces this perspective. But we have to be careful because this concept, in order to solve itself from the point of view of, how can I say this, conceptually, it empties its engagement, side, and it's fake. It's weaker than talking about fake news and the combat of misinformation. I'm going to leave philosophy of language for Maíra to speak of, because we have to also study this and expand it. But I want to talk about research and development in this area. We're going to have April 30th and May 5th conference on media education. I have Brandão here, my colleague. He is heading this project, and we are reinforcing in my team this dimension of the need for research institutions and technological development focused on this topic as a part of these harsh responses that we need to give to this problem. It's going to be in the CAPS auditorium, April 2nd and April 3rd. Sorry, I mixed up the dates, April 2nd and April 3rd. And we can generate hope based on this. I did not register your name, Caroline? Okay. I don't know how to answer your question. I'm going to be sincere, but do not accompany very much the discussion between media and education. I don't think I have anything very meaningful to say. Regarding your question, I think that the ideal form would be for us to have a strong public education. I think Maida is going to talk about this. If we don't have a strong structure, the role of this in the media circuit, it has to talk about both sides with serious journalism, but we need to construct our system. Our system is still embryonic when you think about Europe and BBC and other international experiences. So I wanted to comment about this issue of public communication. It's important to understand the difference between government and public communication. Both are important for society, and they provide specific services, but how public communication has this role, and that's why, because we believe in this, we invest personal energy, we invest everything that we have in terms of knowledge to leverage public communication in Brazil. So we do understand that this is a way forward so that we can be surrounded by serious institutions, not only EBC, but the constitution of the network that is together with EBC, the space for more effective communication, and that it brings diverse regionalisms, point of views, accents, so that we can have on screen, on the radio, and social media, so we can have discussion about topics that are news in a more in-depth way and with different points of view, so that we can bring through public communication this diversity and occupy, who knows, the space that will connect the different sides. And João talked about these two events. We will also have an event next week, TV 3.0. It will be with Econ, EBC, and other public and private institutions to show the society and openly discuss what is being thought about in terms of TV 3.0, which is another way for us to consume information, both public and private information that should be a part of our lives in the coming years. And it's important that society as a whole participates in this discussion, experiments, the apps, the possibilities that are being developed, and it's going to be in the Ministry of Communications on the April 3rd and 4th. And on the 3rd, the experiments with TV 3.0. And thank you very much. We are going to break for lunch now. We will be back 2:30. We will have panel 3, which is Internet and Electoral Campaigns, Impasses and Alternatives. Thank you for your questions. Thank you, everybody. See you later.
Senhoras e senhores, tem início o painel 3, Defesa da
Ladies and
Democracia no
gentlemen,
Mundo
we are starting
Tecnológico, do
our
Seminário
third
Internacional de
panel,
Democracia e
part of
Novas
the
Tecnologias.
international seminar,
Desafios da Era
Democracy and New
Digital.
Technologies,
Informamos que
Challenges
este
of the
evento está
Digital
sendo
Era.
transmitido ao vivo
This
pela TV
event is being
Senado
broadcasted
e tem a
live in
participação do
the Senate TV
E-Cidadania,
and
onde o
has the
público poderá
participation of
participar,
e-citizenship,
enviando perguntas e
where the
sugestões.
public can send questions
Todos
and
os
suggestions.
inscritos terão direito
All
ao
those
certificado de
inscribed
participação neste seminário,
can
totalizando 20 horas.
can have a
Para
certificate
acessar o certificado
of
ao final do
participation
evento,
of
é
this.
necessário que os inscritos presenciem.
Inform you that this event is being broadcasted live by Senate TV, and it has the participation of e-citizenship. Inform you that this event is being broadcasted live by
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to take your seats so that we can begin the panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We would like to ask you all to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. We will begin the fourth channel, Internet and Electoral Campaigns, Challenges and Alternatives in the International Scenario, Democracy and Challenges of the Digital Era. We'd like to inform you that this event has been broadcasted on TV Senado and has the support of e-Cidadania, where people can send questions and suggestions. Everyone who is participating will have a certificate of participation of this seminar, which is 20 hours. In order to access the certification at the end of the event, those who are in person, scan the QR code that's at the entrance of this auditorium, and those of you who are online, the QR code is on the screen on the TV Senado channel. Our panelist will be Senator Jorge Safis. He was the National Secretary of Fishery and Agriculture between 2019 and 2022. He's a current senator for Santa Catarina and is a deputy member of the Commission of Digital Law and Communication for the Federal Senate. At this moment, Jorge Safis will moderate our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so much for your presence and for honoring us with your presence. Those who are watching us online, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, and civil servants of the panel of the civil servants of the Senate, congratulations for this panel because it's such an important subject. We need to discuss this in society. We need to create rules and guidelines, and the power and role of the Senate is so essential for these issues and for our democracy and also for communication. The title of our panel today is Internet and Electoral Campaigns, Challenges and Alternatives. We have the goal of debating the impact of the use of the Internet on electoral campaigns in Brazil, both in terms of benefits that can come from the easy access to information, as well as the already well-known problems connected to authenticity of content and the difficulties that regulating these means of communication present. I would like to present and thank Dr. Marcos Carvalho. Thank you for your presence here. You elevate our event. Dr. Antonio Lavareda, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for your presence. Dr. Diogo Reis and Minister Floriano de Azevedo Marcos from our Superior Electoral Court. Thank you for your presence. Marcos Carvalho is a manager specialized in digital media, co-founder of the group M4 that structured cases for various segments, including successful electoral campaigns, such as the campaigns in 2018 and 22. Dr. Antonio Lavareda is a master in sociology from the Federal University of Pernambuco and a visiting researcher from the Berkeley University and currently a collaborative professor from the Federal University of Pernambuco, president of MCI Strategy, and also president of the Scientific Commission from IPESP, consultant in areas of research and electoral campaigns. Diogo Reis is a lawyer and co-founder of the Institute of Digital Freedom, an exclusive columnist for the newspaper Valor Econômico during the 2016 and 2020 campaigns, and for Folha de São Paulo during the 2018 campaigns. Floriano, he is a professor for the University Mackenzie. Floriano de Azevedo Neto is a professor from the University of São Paulo. He is graduated in law by the University of Rio. He did his master's in the Catholic University in Portugal, and he is also a fellow in the University of Columbia. He works as an arbitrator in several courts, and he is currently our Minister of the Superior Electoral Court. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that after 2018, we had a large change in the way we approach politics. Before 2018, we can use 2018 as a milestone. We had always had propaganda during the free electoral TV time for campaigning, but the way of communicating in politics has changed a lot, and digital platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and also, why not, the most used by all of us, I believe, WhatsApp, which became our day-to-day tool. We solve all of our life on WhatsApp, and certainly in politics, in order to reach electors or voters, audios, videos, explanations, theories, and different positionings became much more accessible and direct through this tool. So for us to talk about this topic, I would like to invite Dr. Marcos Carvalho to begin his speech. Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Senator, it is a great pleasure to be here. Diogo, Professor Lavaredo, and Floriano, it's a great satisfaction to be here. I'd like to thank the Senate and Senator Saifi for all of the successful lectures that came before us and this panel. Well, I'm going to talk about our history with the internet because I think it's directly connected to the initial approach that the senator brought us. After 2012 or 2013 specifically, a mayor, this is also the subject of a master's thesis that I was studying when I went to FGB, we created a system to monitor networks, to analyze the open sea and a broader analysis on the behavior of Brazilian consumers. At the time, Brazilian society was split into 19 columns and then 12, and in the end, we finished off with 6 columns to reduce the amount of work and analysis. And there were 2 lines. First was the psychosocial economic profile, understanding the behavior of consumers through the point of view of the companies, and then the second line was more political analysis, which was not so, at the moment it wasn't so important during the time of the analysis. And then we had the manifestations from 2013, and I believe this survey was very important because at the time everybody was wondering how did this come to pass in Brazil, that manifestation, which had similar phenomenons in other parts of the world. And from that moment forward, we never stopped collecting information in this sense and doing these surveys. From then until now, the more popular networks or social media networks started changing. Some stopped being used so much and others increased, but we were able to successfully carry out this project during the World Cup in 2014. At the time, we were able to help FIFA monitor 2 hours before and 2 hours after every official game the impact of that event, the impact on the brands that were sponsoring the games, and then the elections of 2016. And then in 2016, because of everything that was happening with the impeachment process, the social temperature that we were living through here in Brazil at the time, which to a certain point we haven't ever stopped living through that temperature, fervor changed, but at the time we could feel significant changes in the thought patterns of the voters and consequently their vote. Obviously, the change in thinking was not accompanied by all. The political world didn't really believe that was happening, and we were able to experiment for the first time. A very interesting characteristic was volunteering around a political campaign. Until then, our democracy had not seen something of that sort. And technology really helps these connections happen. So this kind of process creates a lot of effects. So what does our bibliography say, or literature say? Almost 90% of the content that viralizes on social network does it for two reasons, either because it's funny or because it's polemic. So politics is polemic in itself, of course, because there's always an antagonist involved. There is someone you are campaigning against. Something being funny, it also comes from collective production. Young people, everyone has fun making funny content. So usually it doesn't come from a single person. It comes from a collective source. And then there's another issue that is just as dangerous, which is a service when you render service. So I'm going to forward this to my colleague because he doesn't know this. So I'm going to share information with him that he's not aware of. And that's where the danger of misinformation lies, the danger of sharing content that were not necessarily checked or verified. So in our discussion today, it became very evident because of the dichotomy that we undergo today from the political point of view, where people are canceled because of a difference in their opinion, which sometimes can represent defamation. And so for the legislators and the politicians that are trying to produce laws that can establish an adequate framework for the situation. Today, information spreads at a speed that can make any opinion absolutely volatile. That opinion can be charged or not within the electoral calendar. That generates a problem that needs to be studied and analyzed by all countries. It's not a problem that's specific to Brazil. So after 2018, we continued this study, and we had an interesting understanding in 2020 at the middle of the cycle. Because of the pandemic and other economic aspects that Brazil was experiencing, we saw there a change in the perception of our society, which even increased the division or the polarization that we have today. So we live in two bubbles. Social network has their algorithms to accentuate the perceptions inside each bubble, and the bubbles more and more are further away or further apart from each other or further apart from the middle line, which would be a more controlled perception. So it's a distortion of a self-vision, and debates and discussions such as this one need to be more constant, because we will not improve the model by stressing it. We will improve it by looking at it from outside and trying to understand what is the role of big tech and the companies. That's another item that is difficult to cover in Brazil. So how are they responsible as well for distributing, storing and distributing this content? It's not random, it's selected, it's comes from an algorithm. So how are we going to live in this context? Otherwise, our societies will be more and more divided, more and more polarized, because when you are in the middle of the bubble, you can't see beyond it. So the more strange, different thought patterns become to you. So without debate, we do not grow and evolve as a society. So I think that's my initial collaboration. Now I'll pass the floor to my colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Marcos. I just want to add some comments before I move on to Professor Labareda. So imagine Santa Catarina has 250 municipalities. Especially after this phenomenon that Dr. Marcos addressed, people are very connected with politicians. There's a fan base, they have autographs, things that we have never seen in the history of our politics. Politicians a while ago had to be closer, they had to be more closed off, circulate in cars because they were afraid of reprehensions and boos. And the internet shows our activities. Of course, we can't go to 295 municipalities because my state goes from Argentina to the Atlantic Ocean. It's 1% of the Brazilian territory, but since the territory is very large, we cannot talk to everybody and go everywhere. So we use the internet to talk about what we defend, what we are working on. So today, for politicians and politics, social media is essential. And I agree with you. We need to regulate it, and we need to discuss the role of technologies. And Professor Lavareda, before we began here with this wonderful panel, I was commenting, Minister Floriano, some ideas with Dr. Marcos Carvalho, and Professor Lavareda gave me a teaser of what he was going to say. He said, "It's good to hear you, but my opinion are completely contrary to what you said." But he gave me a teaser and didn't develop it. And I was happy because this is what debates are all about. We have different and respectful opinions, and then we build on each other. So, Professor Lavareda, you have the floor now. So in the first place, I would like to congratulate the Senate's initiative and this opportunity here in this celebration of the 200 years. And this important seminar and the tables that compose all the panels. I was able to watch the Magna class with Manuel Castells. So I'd like to congratulate the Senate on behalf of our Senator Jorge Seis. He is ultra friendly and democratic in the conversation that we had a while ago. That said, I concluded this morning some comments that I would like to share. I asked about the time that I have available. I have 15 minutes for this initial talk. Every time that I'm going to take notes for situations in these situations, I see that the notes go way over the time that I have. And I think it's relevant to take notes so I can talk with you. And I'm already saying that I'm not going to conduct a very long presentation, but I'm going to emphasize an aspect that seems very important and discussed worldwide. The World Economic Forum, in a report about the global risks for 2024, it pointed to fake news as one of the main problems of current times. This warning is not exaggerated. Millions of people this year went to vote in many countries, United States, India, United Kingdom, Indonesia, who had elections 10 years ago. Misinformation in their respective campaigns have the possibility, as many have warned, to destabilize seriously the legitimacy of governments that are elected, giving space to agitation and political conflict, and threatening the democratic architecture that have left centuries or decades to be established. Fake news and deep fakes have gained a leading role in elections in 2016 in the American elections and Brexit in the United Kingdom. Then we also have micro targets, and the Cambridge Analytics scandal has left misinformation to the population and the electorate. And technological advances have multiplied the volume and the efficacy of fake news. They have become harder to trace and control in a world where 5 billion people are internet users and social media users. To identify misinformation in the sense defined by Laser in 2018. If you're curious about this, I can send you the bibliography of the research I will mention here. To identify traditional misinformation from the misinformation generated by IA is harder and harder, not just for those who have digital skills, but for detection systems that are based on AI. So generated by these technologies can increase polarization, causing severe damage to our democratic processes. When the legitimacy of elections is questioned, and this questioning is reinforced via social media, we open the pathway for civil wars, as we saw in this January 6th in North America, or for coup movements that we saw on January 6, 2023 in Brazil. As Annie Adler emphasized in Cambridge, the doubt is not anymore if deep fakes made by AI can affect election, but how much they affect elections. So I wrote here several episodes of deep fakes. I will skip over them because of time. And there's a whole discussion about legislation to regulate the power of platforms, but Minister Floriano and Dr. Diogo will be able to address this better than I can. Brazil and the recent resolution of the Electoral Court had a very positive outcome because it vetoed the use of fakes and the use of AI this year, and it threatens with the removal of mandate by the people who use this. But all of you have severe doubts about how it will be possible to effectively identify these situations. Another difficulty foreseen by experts is the goodwill of digital platforms to collaborate with the judicial branch. Providers have a great difficulty in having timely communication with social media. I've written other things, but I want to refer to WhatsApp. The scaling up of WhatsApp is impressive all around the world. And here in Brazil, it's more important than in the United States, where SMS texts are used more in campaigns. India has the WhatsApp basis and has more WhatsApp users than Brazil and the United States. 146,000 people were using WhatsApp in Brazil, which corresponded to 99% of Brazilians online. An opinion box poll showed that 96% of users use WhatsApp every single day, being that 33% of them say that WhatsApp is open all day long, and they answer and 61% answer messages every day. In Brazil, 70% of people spend 1 to 6 hours every day on social networks. This shows the dopamine relationship of addiction regarding social media. It's one of the negative aspects of the use of social media. We don't know all the extent of the effects of social media on our lives. Maclan, back a long time ago, said that the effects of a new communication technology does not happen only at the conscious level, that of opinions, and it also affects individuals at the subliminary level and their levels of perception in their unconscious. Right now, there is an epidemic of disorders, of generalized anxiety disorders, especially in younger generations. This is connected to the use of social media, and in Brazil, this is called intensive addicted use of WhatsApp. WhatsApp is problematic because it's the network where most fake news is disseminated in electoral campaigns that never end and become constant. And talking about constant campaigns, Professor and Minister, we should not wonder if this is the main answer to questions that many journalists ask themselves every day. Why do we not see polarization decrease in Brazil? How to decrease polarization if campaigns are ongoing and never ending, and the antagonistic feelings are excited continuously? Several researchers have shown how it is central in the strategy of digital populism, which use bot farms and uses big data in order to manipulate public opinion. Its cryptographed content spreads quickly. 2 out of every 3 have received fake news in 2018. It wasn't Marcos who was disseminating fake news. No, he was part of the volunteers who verified facts. It's other segments that send these fake news. According to the poll, 77%, more than 2/3, agreed with the sentence. I certainly received fake news on WhatsApp in the 2018 campaign, and 14% recognized that I certainly spread fake news on WhatsApp. Let's translate this, because in 2018, the use of WhatsApp was a bit less than it was now. In that election that was won by an outsider, the far right, 77% of Brazilians, they received fake news, and 14% disseminated fake news. The content that supported Jair Bolsonaro was biased to disseminate fake news, and The Guardian conducted a survey that from a sample of 11,000 messages spread among 300 groups of WhatsApp in that election of 2018, almost 2% of the right-wing messages were faked, and 20% of the left-wing side had fake news. One of the things that was very emblematic was the gay kit, something to emphasize homophobia. And another study saw that messages going through the groups, out of 4 of the 54 most conducted sent images. Sorry, his sound is hard to understand, his mic. So Bolsonaro will continue his digital popularism campaign within his palace, and this was conducted by a group of people, and they were called the Cabinet of Hate, and they emphasized the destruction of the reputation of their adversaries. In 2022, a research of IPEA in the Monday before the second round of elections, the people who use WhatsApp and Telegram as the most relevant source of information about the campaign were present in the electorate of Bolsonaro at a proportion 2 times greater than among Lula's electorates. How many WhatsApp messages will be sent in the next campaign? It's hard to imagine, but certainly the magnitude will not be that different than what the North Americans used with text messages that are the WhatsApp of in their last elections. It was about 15 billion messages. How to control this, how to inspect this and monitor. I'm going to talk about the Russian model of digital propaganda, but using my 7 minutes that I have left, I want to talk about the political meaning of what we are talking about. So it's indisputable that the digital means in last year has performed in the contrary of what the internet was conceived to be, openness and transparency. It has played the main role in the global movement of misinformation, promoting intolerance, radicalism. This digital popularism, using people and employing bots in different platforms, they occur as characteristics that on one side are similar on several continents, because it's a global movement with international organizations like CEPAC, whose last conference took place in Washington last year, that defines strategies and sources of funding, but it also adapts to the reality of each country. Some of the demons that are invoked vary from nation to nation. Anti-globalization and xenophobia. This has few people who have these sentiments in Brazil, but this is a very present sentiment in the United States and Europe. So they also use the idea of law and order, pseudo defense of freedom, xenophobia disguised as the protection of families, and the danger of cultural Marxism, all of this attacking the reliability of traditional media and denying climate change. The greatest threat of these days, and this is important to emphasize, to representative democracy at the global scale is the populism of the far right.
Classic version from the 20th century, which was above all Latin America, talking about Vargas, Lero, and Ecuador. Today, the great threat is the
populism, from the state of law, which adopts liberal democracy. So Trump, as he said in his second eventual mandate, he already said this, that populism has the goal to expand more successfully than the leftist authoritarian populist candidates from Nicaragua. So coming to the end, we need to bear in mind that fake news is not just another instrument from the ultra-right populist arsenal. They are absolutely essential to the movement because it is its necessary to exist. This is what explains their increase. Working with the algorithms as a background, they create radical content that feeds into extremism. It's extremely emotional. So a recent survey in Neuropolitics, if you don't know about it, you can check it out on Google. There is an article of mine from the USP journal that discusses this subject. But there is a study that studies the attitudes of electoral behavior, and this allows us to understand the specific role of hate. This is a specific survey in the loyalty to the extreme right authoritarians. Anger at its extreme emotion, which is hate, is a huge threat. Anger will always be stronger amongst those whose values are more ingrained. Bolsonaro propaganda will always be stronger with the military, the situation that Brazil went through. In the recent Portuguese election, ele está falando muito baixo, não dá para ouvir muito o microfone. Would reach 20%, more than double of the 14% of electors or voters, more than the other parties of opposition, according to surveys that our institute made for Portugal, IPS. Fear is also a strong weapon because it increases the anxiety, the fear of new behaviors, increases doubt amongst voters and makes people favor the leaders that seem stronger and more protective. So these negative emotions always demanded over history, fake news, which reinterpret and distort in a caricatural way reality. Fake news that is disseminated by the means of every time during the Nazi period, movies and TV, and now it's the internet. This evil use of media operates on negative emotions. The messages from TV and radio reached mainly family groups that would process them and decode them amongst themselves. The networks of today. Microphone is not working. Translation apologizes.
Porque sem o indispensável combustível emocional, não conseguiria manter mobilizados.
Without the emotional fuel, they could not keep
alight their fire. So that's why there will always be extremism, and there will be resistance against the control of the internet during the campaigns. Even now, the resolution from TSC about the law projects on this subject are either paralyzed or walking very slowly. It's curious that for a long time there have been texts written from the judges that never mobilizes the criticizers from these players, fulfilling the. There are several rules that are. In other countries, telemarketing is prohibited outdoors, and even the signs on homes are prohibited, but we did not hear any criticism of that in Brazil. The impact of the manipulation of public opinion has always been controlled over time. Of course, the information that comes from technology is much faster than internet. Internet and TV has always been regulated, but now legislators have a much harder task, which is regulating and controlling the internet. Fake news, as I see it, is like a bomb of fragmentation, which can reach millions of people in a very unperceptible way, painlessly and unconsciously, creating a scenario of destruction made up of fear and pain, and this can be lethal for democracy. It is the duty of society and democracy to inspect that, and limiting them is the duty of the Brazilian state and its institutions, amongst them this House, the Senate, which will definitely have to do this task. Although it is very difficult, it is a historical challenge to its responsibility. Thank you very much. Now I understand why your opinion was divergent from mine. I just want to talk about artificial intelligence, which we also discussed. A good part of the segment that I represent, which are the more conservative politics, made many criticisms. But on the Bolsonaro made a video and he said, "Don't fall into the PIX coup. We do not need resources because entity XYZ is already paying for our trucks and mobilizing. The government of São Paulo is mobilizing safety." So they got the video of the President Bolsonaro, the exact same video, saying, "Look, we need help, give PIX, etc." So depending on the person who was frauding that video, they would use the video against use the artificial intelligence to twist that video until in a few days many people were tricked. So, Professor, I think your manifestation is of course full of political biases, so I'm going to do the same thing. I don't hear anyone saying the extreme left in Brazil. What would be the extreme right and what is the right? How do you characterize that? So I think that I'm Flamengo. I'm a guy that goes to the soccer games with my sons, but I never fought with anyone. Sometimes I leave laughing or crying, but I don't, I'm not violent. But there are a lot of Flamengo fans that cheer for the same team as me, that throw bottles on the other team, and that woman eventually died. So politicians, be it Lula or Bolsonaro, we cannot control the actions and the passions that are more latent and more impulsive from each one. So accusing a segment
in a generalized way by saying, oh, the extreme right is wrong. Well, I can't agree with you because inside the Bolsonaro's group, there are people that are less extreme. There are people that hate everything that's not from the right, and it's the same with the President Lula's party. And now it's talking about fake news, passing the floor to Professor Caio. These days, we had a report from Rede Globo, from the First Lady, that a few that furnitures were robbed from the Palace of Alvorada, and then that was later revealed to be fake news. So how did that impact the Bolsonaro family? So more than someone sharing, a normal citizen sharing things on WhatsApp, what are the consequences for the image of the current First Lady and for the old First Lady? That's defamation, imprisonment, cancellations on social media. Anyway, that's why we are here in this very heated but respectful debate. And thank you so much for your participation. Dr. Diogo Reis, professor of the Presbyterian University Mackenzie. I think everyone can hear me. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure once again to be here. I would like to thank all of the members of the table and all of the team from the event, which is an incredible team and received us very well, and all of those who thought of me and invited me to come. I'm very happy to be here, and also for all of the colleagues and professors that I have been listening and learning from. So my gratefulness is, I would like to thank all of you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about myself and talk about what I've done. I would also like to thank our interpreters, Libra's interpreters, so they are promoting our connection, and to all of you who are watching us online. I think this is a challenge. I think in the end, the people who are here in person are sharing the space with us, but those who are with us at any other parts of the world, they're sharing, but they're not with us in the same place. I think that's the central aspect of the internet. It can disrupt distances, and at some way it can allow us to be together even if we're not in the same space. That's one of the beauties of the challenges that we are discussing here. So I also need to make a disclaimer. I have dedicated myself to the subject of the internet ever since 2009. It's been my object of research. And 2009 wasn't a coincidence, because the law 2009 regulated the use of internet. On the internet, it was an electoral digital milestone. And in 2014, we had the internet framework law. So internet already had a connection to politics. And so I said, this can go wrong. So that's why I've been dedicating myself to this theme for the last 15 years. But a few weeks ago, I was also nominated to be part of the Electoral Court of São Paulo, which honors me and makes me very curious. But also, the issues that I bring here are issues related to academia and research. Although I'm very grateful to the court, I think it's important to mention that difference. I was learning with you here, and I was thinking a little bit about this correlation. From some time ago, a great journalist such as Patrícia Campos Neto, that I saw there, and Pablo, a great articulator, great professor, that is extremely qualified. I remember that a journalist that was also very good, she asked me, well, you've studied this for so long, and what do you think? How do you think the internet has changed politics? What's the main way it changed? So I started saying it was this and that, and she said, stop. I only want one thing. So she put me in my place like journalists do. So I said, let me think. If I need to choose one, I need more time to think. And I did choose, and I want to share with you what I think, how I think the internet changed the game and impacted elections. When we think about elections, I think it's very normal for us to think about elections like a game. And in this game, even for the internet to enter into this space, maybe we would have more better defined roles. Let's say I'm going to use the soccer team Flamengo. In the field, there were the players, that would be the candidates or the political parties. There are judges, such as the ministers of electoral courts, regulating, and there are the rules that are already defined in our regulation, our resolutions, etc. But where were the voters? If we look at the scenario where electoral propaganda is essentially on TV, then I could say that all of the voters are watching the game. I really like Flamengo. Anyway, in this scenario, I'm trying to hold the microphone correctly. That's a challenge for me. Well, in this scenario with the internet, I believe that perhaps what may have impacted things is that the voters are also part of the game, but they're not on the playing field, but they were still there participating, and sometimes they would be more passionate or maybe more illegal, and they'll say some things that are maybe violent. So all of this, when we come into the area of what is illegal, it's a problem. But with the internet, I think things change, and everyone is together in the same playing field. Do you think that the fan that told the soccer player to break the leg of the other player, do you think it's actually going to happen? So a lot of times I think that's what happens on the internet as well. Perhaps the voters can't go very far, and then on the internet they participate of this game, for better or for worse, but they participate in the game.
So now we're dealing with a new paradigm, and we're not ready for this. We didn't look at this. Our electoral legislation is modified constantly, but curiously, the legislation about digital electoral rights, this part of the internet, has not been modified very much over the years. There have been several articles published, and only 2 or 3 have been modified over the last 15 years. And why haven't they changed if the electoral game changes so much? I think that it's because within these changes, I think only 2 or 3 instruments were inserted, which is the one that destines to the Supreme Electoral Court, the regulation power, and it destines in an irrestricted manner, considering the difficulties that we have to regulate technology and the time of institutions. Like Professor Lavareda said, it is up to the Electoral Court to talk about this topic maybe more than any other topics. And it has the regulation power to regulate the elections. However, it also has several requisites. You have to publish resolutions up to March 5th. You must listen to the parties in public hearings. You can't create duties or harm rights. And when they talk about the parliamentary power, about the digital aspect, the legislator just says, you take it because I don't want to deal with this. And then the Superior Electoral Court has been dealing with it. And one of the groups that I coordinate has been mapping and has mapped out 100 instruments that deal with these instruments in the maximum value, like a paragraph, a subparagraph becomes an instrument too. So we have a digital electoral code that is silent, and it's working due to the Supreme Electoral Court. And the internet has changed so much. In 2009, we had Orkut, that was our social media. And December 4th, 2010, Brazil broke the world record of scraps on Orkut. We wrote so many little messages on that social network, and it was probably Merry Christmas. It was on December 24th. So the same internet, is it still applicable where the paradigm has changed? I think this is the reflection that we have to have. This change in paradigm, the voters are in a process that they have never been in, and to deal with this topic in the same manner is not possible anymore. So here we have some challenges, like the volume of content that traffics, that is part of the internet traffic. And there's a company that measures how much traffic there is per minute of content. One piece of data is that each minute of our life, there are 500 hours of new content on YouTube. In each hour of our life, there are 30,000 new hours of video on YouTube. The result is that somebody here decides to stop just to watch the new YouTube videos. This person will take more than 80 years to watch what was updated yesterday. That means they can't sleep, they can't do anything else. They would take 133 years to watch what was updated yesterday. We're talking about a dimension that we cannot measure with our instruments. You know, like a centimeter can measure dimension but cannot measure weight. Perhaps we're using the wrong instrument. This is a more philosophical aspect, and maybe Pablo can talk about this later on. So the fact is that the aspect is immense, and we need a strategy to put what we see, what we consume, and the role of digital platforms in some way. They need to meet our desires and bring this content. And before this content, we have to choose organic content that is trafficking through social media. It is not just drops from trees. They are chosen intentionally by the platforms based on our choices. And in that universe, we bring some challenges, such as the challenge of the digital bubbles and how to break these bubbles. Here I bring my last point to conclude. I think I have 3 more minutes. But the last point is precisely that one of the instruments that we authorized via electoral legislation in 2007, perhaps we're not looking at it with all the potential that it has. I would call this the boosting of content. The general intention of the Commission in 2009 was to veto payment through the internet. So politics, money was considered toxic, and it allowed all interventions online without payment. But in 2007, there was a new way of funding electoral campaigns, which was boosting and sponsored links, which is also boosting content. It seems that the name is not very good, boosting, but it's more like directing content. It uses the intelligence to direct this content with people with those characteristics that you program. So perhaps more important than money is strategy, because if the strategy is wrong, the message will not reach those that you would wish it reached. So the main challenge, and perhaps one of the problems of marketing, and excuse me if I'm saying something wrong, it's not the job of marketing is not to send the wrong or right message, but to send the adequate message. Send the adequate message to the person who is receiving it and sending it. And how to find this person in this universe, how to dispute this attention and this volume of hours of content. So this volume of content is one of the possible tools that the legislation has allowed. It means that the content has been suffering some restrictions. The legislation says that it can be used to benefit candidates, and our Supreme Electoral Court has limited negative propaganda. And more recently, it vetoed the purchasing of keywords. Just so you understand this, when you search things in search engines about what you would like to search, do you want to your message to be seen, you can restrict this to the candidate itself. And I understand this, but I think this leads to difficulties in trying to reach other audiences. It seems that I remove from other people the ability to purchase these keywords, but no, when you put this search engine and you buy certain terms, it does not exclude other people from buying it, so the other candidate can buy it as well. These mechanisms can be useful to try to pop the bubble and try to reach people who organically would not reach this content. It's not easy because there's a lot of ill intentions in this process, and the Supreme Electoral Court has fought to maintain and strengthen our democracy. But on the other hand, perhaps some tools that could be more useful, they can also be underestimated in this process. We can look at this challenge as a way of disputing attention. And when I say this, I know that this also costs money. It's not accessible to everyone, but everything has a cost. And in a certain way, it's that idea of democracy has no price, but it costs. It costs something. So this reinforces the digital space of the campaign. Our life is hybrid. We are always on the internet. So why would politics be different? We cannot separate politics from our lives. And then all my gratitude goes to perceiving that events like this makes it more possible, because in the end, electoral propaganda is one of the few ways of actually carrying out democracy. It's not a problem in itself. We are not criminalizing propaganda. I think it's the only way for an unknown person to reach power. And what is democracy if not one of these desires of having people reach power? But we can do this in a more pernicious manner, something that can be removed from the scenario. But without propaganda, we wouldn't even have democracy. So that's a bit of my initial ideas. Thank you very much. Professor Lavaredo mentioned that it's a battle of wills that never ends on the internet. On our social media, we see this because one of the greatest advantages that social media and WhatsApp, Professor, has allowed us, has given a lot of space for voters to speak to us. They criticize us, they compliment us, they ask for a certain bill of law to verify something in their city. So this was one of the gains, because look, I usually say that senators, for me, when I was on the other side of the counter, they were the fourth person in the Trinity. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and far away this political figure that was emblematic, powerful, but very distant from the Brazilian state, from the Brazilian population. So the internet and social media, especially, Dr. Diogo, has brought us much closer so that we can also be criticized, because we can make mistakes as human beings, and those who pay our salaries at the end of the day is directing us and making important demands online as a citizen. Minister Floriano, we have said many things, and the role of the Superior Electoral Court, especially in terms of the internet, there are things that have affected the last elections, and we are discussing artificial intelligence. As we have seen, it helps a lot, but on the other side, it can be a great threat to destroy reputations, disseminating lies. So you have the floor. Good afternoon to everyone. Senator Seif, I would like to thank you for this invitation and greet Diogo, Marcos, and all those who have given us the condition for the seminar to happen, the public present here, present online as well. And as Diogo Seif, I am a minister, but I will die being a professor, a teacher. So when I insert myself in a debate like this, I never want it to end. So I'm going to ask to change my flight to 8 o'clock because I think this is effectively something that makes us grander. Not only what we say, but the input that we receive, and we start to think about other things. And I prepared some topics. And listening to other people, I wrote down some other things to take advantage of what was said, and so I can speak. Although I am a professor, right now I am a minister, so in part, I have the responsibility of having an academic analysis and then talk as a minister, talk about the role and how the Superior Electoral Court is facing this situation. I think it's very symbolic.
I'm from an agenda, and Marcos and Diogo and all of you other senators are younger, but during the 80s, in the beginning of the 90s, we were so enchanted by the idea of democracy on network or on the internet, and we saw the possibility of an elevating of democracy, of being able to do exactly what you did, bringing citizens into the democratic process, make it easier for citizens to join this democratic process. This has happened. It's not bad. The elements that you bring, Senator, are positive. Of course, there are also other problems associated to it, but I also think that we need to recognize this, that the internet allows us to re-edit the agora, the Greek agora, that is the human forum in which citizens, now everyone, all of us are part of, into participating in the political process. That's good. It allows people to engage. Marcos maybe has other indicators with the engagement of citizens through the internet in the political process, for example, opinionating on law projects through public consultations. When there are polemics, the participation increases. Having the possibility to dialogue with your your voters in Santa Catarina about the subjects that are being discussed in Congress. In Santa Catarina about the subjects that are being discussed in Congress are good. But there's another side, which is exactly the image that Diogo brought us. So the internet brought the fans into the field, the playing field. So it's not that it's brought them closer and they're around watching and making their voices more heard. They are also in the playing field. So me and Diogo, we're from São Paulo. When we play against São Flamengo, we always think that the penalty that the other team ran was a cheat just because we're fans. Then we're there not as judges or players that take a shower and go home after they play. That's their profession. But we're there engaged, we're cheering, and we're passionate about our team. And then the internet made this a problem. And the problem needs to be solved by society and the electoral justice. How to correct the game, because inevitably the fans will come into the field. That's not something that we can avoid. So this brings us basically 5 challenges. based on my academic vision, just like the others touched on. So the positive and negative side is that the internet, it broke the selective institutionality of politics. What does that mean? Until social network came, politics was organized through selections. So for you to be able to be a candidate, you had to go through a political party's assessment. They would have to submit to their electoral propaganda to the political party, and they would have to approve it. They would have to convince the party that he could remain and continue with his propaganda for more time. So there was a filter. It wasn't equal. So that could be positive or negative. Political parties have a role. Maybe Senator Safer wouldn't have been elected because the political party would have filtered him in or out, but there was still control. So you're not going to say anything on TV because your political party is going to filter it. But then today, it's about who's more popular on the internet. You can have millions of followers saying that you're a great candidate, and he can access his voters without any filter. The internet, I always use this example, it eliminated the editing. So before, for my opinion, to reach someone, first I would have to send it to a media or press. I would have to review it many times, and then the editor would review it, and then the chief editor would review it, and only then would it be published and reach a larger audience. Nowadays, we don't even edit what we say. Thankfully, now we can edit WhatsApp to correct grammar mistakes, because sometimes we don't even pay attention to what we're saying. And you can reach immediately a public or an audience. Some people have more followers with 0 edits or filters. And so the political debate and the electoral debate is now filterless. So this does break a certain institutionality of politics. So we don't have the filters anymore. So electoral justice needs to control ex post, the repressive control. So I'll come back to this subject in the end of my speech. The second element is that the internet has its good side and its pathologies. It contaminated the dialogue, the arena of the dialogue, because although networks are a network, it is organized through bubbles, and the bubbles don't dialogue with each other. So when we play with soap bubbles, when 2 bubbles meet, they explode. They can only be a bubble if they are alone. So the bigger it is, the more fragile it is when it touches another bubble. So that's how it works. So this is what happens when I play with my son.
So today we have a debate where everyone participates, but it's not dialogical. Someone who does not like the positions of the senator, he does not dialogue with the senator. He's going to go to the bubble and criticize the senator as much as possible to have the adherence of the bubble. The third element that fragilizes, makes democracy more fragile is that the internet makes what is believable and unbelievable more fragile, because it is a very fertile ground for fabulation, both inoffensive fabulation and very offensive fabulation, which can reach any scope of the political spectrum. It's not monopoly of the right or the left. And here I joke and say Pablo is a university professor, and at USP we know what extreme left is. We know who they are, but the far right is more competent than the extreme left. And at the university, we have extreme leftists who work with very questionable actions. And this is a very important point for us at the electoral justice. As a voter, you get lost. Although the field seems to be broader, you're discussing what a fact is, what is truth, whether because of communication that is perversely manipulated or now with AI. It's not only the voter of Bolsonaro who sent the pics. Recently, there was a case that was published, a CFO of a company that deposited 25,000 reais because there was a video conference that was fake with his superiors. So this fact was suppressed, and this is a very dire situation for the electoral game. The fourth point is that we are entering a topic recently that journalist Pedro Doria, who understands internet and democracy very well, he wrote an article saying that the concepts that we work with in the democratic field, they're being distorted. So today it's hard to talk about what is democracy. The idea of democracy that used to be a reasonably common sense notion, now it's very vague. Freedom of expression, depending on who you're talking to, it means one thing, it's defined as another thing. It's very difficult to establish communication when the concepts are not shared. So if somebody is talking in Greek and somebody is speaking in Russian, you won't have communication. Well, these 5 points, they bring to us, and we have to be humble to recognize this, a universe that we do not dominate and that neither experts know very well how to deal with. We are learning. If you say you have the recipe, you're guessing, because we're learning how to deal with this. And the challenge is how to transform a platform that can be very positive to increase electoral debates, and especially to improve the convincing of voters, how to make it so it's not a factor of distortion of democracy itself, whether to elect populists that are autocratic, as we have seen in the left or the right, Hungary, Venezuela, or we cannot make the electoral process conclude itself. The elections after the growth of the internet have become more violent, physical violence, not just digital violence. And this here, leaving the academic scope and going to the field of the electoral justice court and my role as a minister. Oh, wait, I forgot the last factor here. The last factor has to do with what Marcos was saying. On the internet, there is a factor of dopamine that reaches the emotions of human beings. Rational debates are much less possible than passionate debates, and this is what makes elections more violent. For you to have adherence, you have to connect with some human emotion, and emotion is very much fostered the more where you bias this communication in a way that generates anger and generates adherence via love or hate. Hate gives more likes than love. And then you turn the electoral debate more passionable and more violent. And this factor is one that contaminates the possibility of having a process to convince voters based on the exposure of your reasons, your charisma, your capacity to convince, the adherence of proposals by voters. And you have data today that you perceive what voters need more than someone who was in the analogical world inside the Senate, closed off from the population, and as we have represented in the building of the Senate. So what are the factors that today we face in the world of the election in the digital era? First of all, The first factor is we have a great environment for faking facts and now deep fakes. This is a problem that will present itself in this election that is taking place this year, and this is very serious because it distorts the will of voters. If Senator Seif is cloned in a deep fake and appears asking for votes for a city councilor who does not share his ideas, the voters are being frauded. The image of the politician is being frauded, but it's especially the voters who are being frauded because the image was manipulated in a very convincing way, and then the voters of Senator Seif will be bombarded by the request of antagonistic candidates. And then we have legitimate ways of fostering candidates, and we have the bots online. The capacity of sending news to my network is one factor. When I boost it via bots, it's exponentially faster because it does not go to one person to N person, because it goes to N people to N people to N people in a very short amount of time. And the third factor is the interdiction of democratic debate. The fourth factor is, which is very important, is that the time of the internet is always a quicker time, a faster time than the capacity of reaction of the electoral justice. If 3 days before the election there's fake news against a candidate, it's not possible for electoral justice to act before the election. So this is a challenge. The court is fast, but it's analogically fast. We have limitations. And one thing that is not being explored, but is a factor that is already possible, is that AI changing the will of the voters in terms of fabrication of candidates. What do I mean by this? Nowadays, I can inscribe myself as a candidate irregularly, but it's possible, carry out my campaign artificially. All my speeches will be done with generative AI, with the modulation, body expressions, which can be based on my image or not, which transmits to the voter in propaganda whose content is illegal, but the form is legal. That is completely fake. The candidate will use ChatGPT, for example, an image that conveys confidence that I do not have. And this is a problem that the electoral justice is dealing with. How are we doing this? It's very difficult, but we do have some gains and merits. I'm going to denounce something here. Yesterday, the European community launched the guidelines for the mitigation of systemic risk online for elections. And it cloned the result of the TSE. I'm kidding. Here I'm going to take up your time a little bit to read a summary of the guidelines. Guidelines for platforms to reinforce internal processes of control of misinformation. Implement election-specific mitigation measures based on each electoral period, isolated period in the context of each local scope. Third, adopt specific mitigation measures connected to generative AI. Fourth, cooperate with the EU, within the general scope of Europe and national authorities, involving independent experts and civil society. Fifth point, we have to adopt specific measures, including incidents of accountability during electoral campaigns. And lastly, we need to make measures effective, post-electoral measures about the results. I am kidding when I said that they cloned our resolutions, but these are present in our resolutions, especially in our electoral propaganda resolution. So what we think is not disconnected with what the world is thinking. It's very symptomatic that this was released yesterday in the European Union. They were inspired by our resolutions, right? We sent a translated copy and they copied it. No. What it means is that we are in sync with what the world is learning, and we are learning together because the challenge is faced by everyone. So what are the main elements that we can extract, concluding here from our resolutions of the TSC? The first factor is that we require transparency in relation to all the internet tools. Transparency, labeling of funding, who is funding that electoral propaganda, boosting, transparency in saying that this content is being boosted, and the use of artificial intelligence. Before anything else, because propaganda is protecting the free convincing of voters and eliminating filters that make voters be free of mistakes, you need to know if this is being sponsored or not, if it used artificial intelligence, and what kind of AI. Because if the video does not have AI, it doesn't matter what the content of what the senator is saying. If you did not warn them that there is AI, then this would be illegal. And you need to be transparent about who is funding, because it's not illegal, but it's important to know who is funding it, whether Instagram, on TikTok, or WhatsApp. Second, we need to involve the platforms in the fight against misinformation. Some have written articles, some have criticized, which is always very good to hear, but this is not something against the platforms, but in their favor, and I'll explain myself. Electoral justice has powers to act repressively within the scope of elections. In 2022, this is what happened. We had misinformation. The social media were subpoenaed. They had to take it down, and another one was reticent and was almost taken offline. And it's good when we have the TSC in command. Imagine this in more than 5,000 municipalities. So the most important part is to bring the platforms so that they can help us have this type of control to avoid that they are vulnerable to more than 5,000 electoral judges who have the capacity to express the most convincible. We have to standardize. If we here, experts, cannot define what is fake news, imagine each judge defining it based on their own ideas in a municipal election, for example. So this updated database where the decisions that are standardized in all the courts, they are being placed in this database so that the judges can access it in real time, because the electoral justice system, you know that you decide things all the time because it's very quick and you have to take it very in a very timely fashion. And we need to decrease the time of cohabiting what is illegal. In the creation of mechanisms of monitoring what is happening online, the effort is so that we reduce reaction time and we can transform this in a more efficient way of prohibiting what is illegal. Next, we need to separate for the social media, what is fake news from my WhatsApp or that is launched by bots in a paradise island in the Pacific, from what we need to differentiate that from what the networks are paid to boost or sponsored. If information circulate in your social media, we cannot believe that the platform is going to regulate everything. But if you contract that this video is going to be boosted, then you have the minimum responsibility to know what is being disseminated. If the person is paying for it, of course, if the video that is AI and is faking, it's a deep fake, then it will not be perceived. But if there's a video of the senator stabbing someone, am I going to boost this video as a platform? There's something here that is strange. So you cause the accountability of the platforms, and they are held accountable for this, or greater accountability. The next to last point that I wanted to emphasize is the parity of arms to those who are victims of defamation. So if I release fake news against a candidate, I'm a candidate and I have an adversary. I boost this fake news. I cause a disaster in the candidacy of this candidate, but we take down the fake news, but it was already boosted. So we need to have a counterpoint of disseminating the true news, as already happened in the electoral process of the past. You had the right to respond. You can have a video that will reach your users with the true information. And lastly, punishment, which we have already adopted, but clarifying the punishment for those who use illegal ways in the internet and platforms, those who support candidates with punishments to try to mitigate what is already traditional, which is digital anonymity, because it's going to be reproduced online, but it benefits the person that is behind this misinformation. So we in the court, we do not expect that this resolution is going to solve all problems, because it's a world in ongoing changes and that is more and more challenging. But I think that this joke that I said about the EU, that we are within the state of the art of a world that is challenging all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is my mic on? Minister, thank you very much. I think that many people were curious to know about some solutions that the electoral justice has adopted. And right now, I would like to sell my bit of work here, which is institutionally sell what I do. The Federal Senate, those who are watching us online, thank you very much for your presence. And those who are here in person, thank you for the kindness and that you have shown us. In the Senate, ladies and gentlemen, we created Senado Verifica Fact or Fake, which is an instrument to fight against misinformation. You can look it up in our social media. There's a WhatsApp number. If you want to know if something truly happened in the Senate, if a law was approved, if a law is being discussed, for example, Minister, this issue of the civil code, which is an anti-bill that will still reach the Senate, the House of Representatives. We will know the points that are going to be discussed. Nothing is being discussed. Look at the name, anti-bill. Last week, I received a message from a friend and a voter from Santa Catarina saying, How did you vote to call babies as this kind of substance, and you have and that zoophilia is now allowed? It was something insane. And I said, but who told you this? And he said and sent me the fake news that he received. Look at what the federal Senate approved. This is very serious. So all of you who are in doubt, I hope that none of you have been a victim of this. But is it true or not that the Senate has approved the new civil code? You can send it to the WhatsApp, and then the Senate will tell you if it's fact or fake. Dr. Erika Cioling, our Secretary of Communication, has included WhatsApp because it's used by millions of Brazilians. This is an important point to reach a broader audience and effectively combat misinformation. So I like to request all of you a round of applause for the Federal Senate, which is to help the Minister of the Electoral Court on misinformation. And before we end and open the floor to questions, I'd like to emphasize, Dr. Diogo, that my first project in the Federal Senate was in 2023, which is the protection of digital personality. So what happens? Nowadays, lots of people use social media not only to carry out political communication, but to work. They're monetized, they share, they get likes, they share information, and it's very subjective then who can and who cannot say what. So the need for regulation of social media is not even regulation, it's the need for giving rules to social media. And we were talking about this in the before the panel. We can say, I can say, oh, look, the sky is so beautiful and pink, and you are following me on social media, and you report me for saying, Senator says that he said a lie, he said the sky is pink and it's actually red. So, and he says that he's lying. So what is a lie? What is disinformation? What is misinformation? What is defamation, etc.? So the laws have to carry out this work to put rules to these actions, or else social media will impose their point of view, their policies, without users who usually monetize and sustain all of this, and they're not punished in a due manner, or sometimes they're not punished at all and they just commit the same kind of crime. So this project includes the idea of digital personality, encompassing the personality of people online. And you were asking before, the civil framework for the internet has alterations that says the same thing when things are happened by legal entities that are foreign. If somebody is in a different country, Solomon Islands, for example, they can do whatever they want. And the Brazilian state does not have the reach to stop this. They cannot stop the internet in international domains. There are several restrictions that affect our candidates, our elections, a person, and they cannot be reached. So definition of the rights of social media users, sanctions, establishing sanctions for infraction of the norms, which is amply foreseen but can be perfected, and the relationship between social media as a company and users, the relationship of consumership between social media. In the Consumer Protection Code that you mentioned, the justice is not as fast. Sorry, the electronic means and digital means are much quicker than the state and the capacity that we have to legislate. So it'd also be a way to defend consumers who nowadays, and we were commenting this a while ago, people are exposed to publicity online, and people buy things. They're paid, sponsored advertisement, and then you buy it, and it's a fraud. The social media earned money because it was paid for. People were frauded because even though they were paid for, they did not have the responsibility to see if it was a real enterprise, if they were going to deliver their product or not, and the user ends up being harmed. And there's also a honing of the protection of personal data, which today is a very great leakage, the selling of databases for people to do politics. How many of us have not received frauds or telephone and credit card products because somebody leaked your number and your name is now in a clandestine database? This are some points of the bill that is going to pass through Congress. Now I'd like to call on people who want to ask questions. We have 5. Okay, I like it. Lots of people. So ladies first. My name is Patricia. I am a journalist from Folha. You were saying that in your bill of law 2023, it restricts the capacity of social media to modulate. It requires just cause to eliminate content. Your project has a lot in common with a provisionary measure that was published during Bolsonaro's administration that has a lot to do with a law from Florida that's being approved or not by the Congress. Does it go in face of a resolution that providers will be solely responsible when they do not provide immediate unavailability of content during electoral campaigns? And they list several conditions, including anti-electoral actions. If this law is passed, what will be invoked? The one of the electoral court or yours? So why have we gone through so many Senate commissions? I learned something here in this first year of legislature. We need to put a lot of things in a project because later on, naturally, there will be changes, etc. As is foreseen by the electoral court, they are sovereign. They are the electoral court. This goes through the Justice Commission. If it's unconstitutional or shocks with an existing law, it is naturally vetoed during the approval process, or when it's sanctioned by the Presidency of the Republic, it suffers another verification, then it's also changed. So you can rest assured that the rapporteur is Randolfo Rodrigues. You know that one is Vasco and the other is Flamengo. They are adversaries, and this is good. And I want to mention a project of Senator Teresa Cristina about pesticides. It was contested by Fabiano, and the ending was not expected by the voters. So in this case, as our grandparents would say, opposites attract and complement themselves. So I'm sure that Randolfo Rodrigues will contribute to this bill. Thank you very much. Does your law overlap with the law in the electoral law? The law is the law. If the law is not unconstitutional, the TSC, which respects the legislation, they will make alterations if necessary. Thank you. He's right next by, okay. Then you'll go afterwards. I'm Pablo from the University of São Paulo. I like to ask a question to the Minister Floriano. It's because I'm going to put my other hat on. In these 2 days, we had a lot of researchers present on this panel. And one of the topics that we talked very little about, but we talked about in the coffee breaks, is that we are experiencing a blackout of access to data from social media. A while ago, universities, NGOs, and parties, they were monitoring what was happening in social media, and this informed the public debate. But for several reasons, in 2017, Facebook closed access. After the Cambridge Analytics scandal, it closed access to data. And when did the cloud time close? It was last week or 2 weeks ago. It closed the platform that gave access to data. It opened another one with a lot of problems. Twitter, when was bought by Elon Musk, closed its data to research. Instagram has never given access to data. The database they give is ridiculous. You can't do anything with it. And the truth is that we are in this period experiencing a blackout. What is happening cannot be monitored because we do not have data. I think that the academic community has made a mistake here because we should have knocked on the court's door to say, does this resolution, should it be passed? Should it be passed? We need to have access to the data of these platforms so that we know the size of the problem. I know that the resolution has already been published, but my question is for the next electoral cycle, when we can actually do something, we put one of these instruments in a bill of law that is in the Chamber of Deputies. We don't know if it will be passed. If it does not pass, if the debate is stuck, there is space in the TSC for in the next resolution. We can put an instrument so that we do not experience an electoral campaign in the dark, which is what's going to happen in these elections. So in the bill 2313, the last version has a chapter copied from the European DSA. Can we put in the electoral campaigns so that at least during elections we are not in the dark? You're asking me as a minister, I'm going to give an institutional answer. This is a problem. The opening of data to a very useful control of researchers and civil society. The TSE cannot intervene. It's not in the resolution, and it's very hard to have enforcement to make it necessary for all the data to be exposed, and we know that. Although we criticize that the TSC thinks that they can give orders to everybody, and if the law is approved, our resolution will be canceled immediately. You cannot put in an electoral resolution an enforcement so that platforms open their data for social control. Electoral justice can require circumstantially before a fact, before a representation, the opening of data pertinent to that circumstance that's being investigated. So this is enforcement regarding a process, a command of a lawsuit or a judicial investigation. From the point of view, the ideal point of view, you are absolutely right. And I think what I read here about the European community, this is the trend, to have mechanisms that make it so platforms are transparent. Not in their business model, but in terms of the data that allow them so we can have control of this ecosystem. And why is that? Now speaking more generically and not as a judge, because it's what the senator said. The networks today are a space for societal communication, and it's only alive because it is public. So some publicity for this data you need to have. So I'm going to tell you that there's no argument against facts, and it is a fact that we have watched the closing off of data. But when we dialogue with social networks, they are aware of this problem, and they know, and this is important data, they realize that opacity ends up exposing them to risks that they do not want to incur, including judicial risks. So perhaps this will result in a point of balance. The Senate is discussing the law. The House of Representatives is discussing it. I think it's important. We need to advance to reach the point that data transparency can be required. It will not be full because you have the engineering of each platform. But within the scope of the electoral court, we did not create this requirement, but we have the enforcement of the court. You have the jurisdiction to ask for the opening, not for the whole population, but for the process or the lawsuit that arrived to the electoral court. I am Maria de Fatima. I'm a lawyer. Because this Wednesday is it's like a Friday. This is our final discussion. I'd like to talk to the professor, not the Minister Floriano. You said that USP has far left. Isn't this the student movement? Because Aldo, who was from PSDB, and I voted for him, Reconstruct UNE, he became a Bolsonaro supporter, 2018, 2019, 2020, I don't know. So I think the politicians, there's no far left. Everybody's going back after power, acquisition power, etc. All of them, left, right. I think we have a progressive field, but I agree with the political scientist that I forgot the name of, who created an article who said that the left has died, but only in student movements. I have the right to respond. I did not say that USP is far left. I said that within student movements, there are manifestations, very small manifestations of the far left. It is a place where there are more left-right groups within the institution than in society itself. It's not that the institution is extreme left, but we have students who have very autonomistic and extreme movements. He is speaking outside of the mic. We cannot translate. Thank you for your participation. I am from Uruguay, from the University of the Republic. I've been here all 3 days. I'm very interested, but a bit worried, not with the, in this panel, the professor of Mackenzie says that you can break, that now you can break the leg of the player in the field. But Dr. Sosariano said that you can also do good things. I think that here and in Brazil in general, we have a legitimate concern with the negative effects of the internet in the citizen life. It's comprehensible, but isn't there any positive effect? It would be interesting that you also express this to understand. I remember the Obama's campaign. It was the first one in the whole world people started to observe because they used social media. They engaged voters as was never done before. And in campaigns, this can be positive so that citizens can intervene in public policies. I'm here working on this Hugo has a secretary of social participation, a directorship of social participation. So is there no positive effect? Anything interesting, positive? It would be interesting for you to speak about this as well. I just want to comment. I don't think that voters can go into the field and break someone's leg. What I believe in is that the internet put them in the field so they end up being an active player, for good or for bad. And I believe in the benefits of the internet for elections because of proximity. I tried to say this when I said that electoral campaign is not an evil in itself. It's a form of materializing democracy. And with the internet and leaving the scarcity of radio and TV propaganda, you have space for new people in politics and for people to reach the democratic dream. There are several points in which the internet brings positive aspects to the electoral process. I spoke of some, and I refuse to have a binary thought, it's either good or bad. As I said, there are positive and negative points, and some positive points that, if they are poorly used, can be negative. So it expands the electoral discussion and debate. Diogo referenced the position of the TSE to make positive boosting of posts illegal. I was the rapporteur, and I lost this process because I understand that this is positive. Me and Lavareda are candidates, for example, and I hire a platform. If somebody researches the name of Lavareda, who is competing with me, down below you have my resume, because I, Floriano, imagine that they want to get to know Lavareda and also the competitor, because they will decide. What I cannot do is compete with Lavareda and pay to have a lot of negative information about my competitor. Then you pay for misinformation to appear. But if you have more information, that's okay. If they just want your number, your resume, this is positive. This expands the capacity of voters to form a decision. After the election, then you have the interaction between the candidate, those who were elected, and those who elected him. They can consult their voters of their state to know what people think. Not that they will necessarily follow that, because he has the legitimacy to decide, but he will have a filter that he did not have before. So there are many positive things. Engagement of young people, we don't realize the importance of this. Engagements of youth in election before 2018 increased because the electoral environment contaminates social media. One of the things that is proper of human beings is that they do not want to be excluded. They want to participate. It's like during the World Cup, you wear your country's shirt because you don't want to be left out, even if you don't like soccer. So there are many positive points to have participatory democracy. The internet is a tool that was missing in the modern world, but there are problems too. I usually say that when you are sick, you have a flu, it's very bad, but it increases your immunity. What we have to be careful is that sometimes you do not have to be sick to increase immunity. You can have a vaccine, for example. What we're trying to do in electoral justice is to prohibit to mitigate the negative effects, but then the positive aspects, the creativity of candidates can flourish. Good afternoon. The first thing I wanted to say, my name is Mario Andrade. I work with digital intelligence and social media. I just wanted to say that, yes, it's possible for you to extract data from social media. You need to know how. Even if the platform is not open, you can do it. People can extract data. So you can seek out data, find polarizations, find positive, negative assessments. What are the main ideas? You can form clouds. So I want to talk about this problem of facing disinformation and fake news. There are some tools that we are talking about in the legal aspect. We're talking about control and moderation, but there's one that's very important, that is the aspect of education and awareness raising by people. And here there are two questions. So if we have educational content, how do I viralize this? That's the first question. Because to viralize, it has to be controversial. It works with our emotions, with what is social, what is funny, etc. It's difficult for educational content to viralize. And the second one is the push communication, which is pushed. How do you see this tool that is in the hand of the control of society, of organized society and the government and the state? They are creating laws. There's an attempt of control and moderation. I don't think it has the speed of the internet. But how can we improve this matter of educational content? Because we have this problem of it turning viral and being pushed. This is something that I wanted to ask in the previous panel. I couldn't ask it, but I think it fits well with what is being said here today. It can be to Marcos and Diogo, which were two topics that they brought up. Thank you for the question. I think that we need to have awareness raising, institutional communication of the TSC, of the parliament, or the government as a whole. We need to raise awareness. People need to start to understand. I think they start to understand this better when they are being motivated to make a decision or possibly to have a reading of the Senate in a biased way. They are being manipulated the same way that a smoker thought it was normal to smoke in a public place like this. Drivers started to use their seatbelts. It's an awareness-raising campaign that needs to happen in a massified manner. I think there's a role regarding providers of this content, because they need to make efforts. Not that they're not making efforts, but they have made efforts due to the excellent work of the Electoral Court. But they need to bleed a little bit from the model that they have of monetization and remuneration. And it can't be any different. It has to come from the financial side so that they can make efforts to establish more mechanisms. They can do this. They have data from everybody. That's what they sell. And they can do this without a doubt. I think it's two things. I don't know what Diego thinks. Thank you. I also am based on the idea that media education is essential. I mentioned the work of Educa Media, that carries out very important awareness-raising work, and we have used this with the students in the group. It has been very relevant, and I see as well this type of communication in terms of boosting and pushing is a way to enter spaces that not organically you would not enter, including a response to misinformation. So I want to mention that I believe that this is one of the tools, and logically licit incentives, which is contracts with the platforms. I believe that it is a tool that has come more to collaborate than to bring difficulties, because it's the most transparent political expense, and that is available. And I believe that it's a tool that, due to the malicious use and difficulties of the topic, perhaps it has been subjugated as if it were a problem in itself. And this is a beautiful example that you bring to combat misinformation in this process. Any other question? Good afternoon. I'm Josimar Silva, professor at the University of Brasilia of Political Science. I have two questions, one for Lavareda and one for Floriano as a professor. Professor Lavareda, you made good considerations about the traditional media has been regulated. With your long experience in campaigns and considering your experience with traditional media, what is your suggestion so that we can think about regulations in terms of digital campaigns? And for Professor Floriano, I think you'll be more comfortable speaking as a professor. You brought in your speech an issue that is a sensation that it's very from the beginning, from when we were dealing with social media, which is that we do not have a filter, we do not have an editorializing, we do not have a cutoff point. So, in another point, you also mentioned that it's important to call the platforms to be involved in this conversation. However, I think that we cannot have a naive bias that there are no filters, because the platforms produce their filters. They have a limitation of incentives. They select content. They distribute some content and give privileges to certain content more than others. And I think that we need to face this discussion. And I'd like to understand how you, in the condition of professor, how you have understood this role and of the platforms, including in very explicit decisions to liberate or not data in academic research. The colleague said that it's possible to mine social networks. I mined them using apps with programming language, APIs, but today it's very difficult. Very few platforms allow for this. If we do not have knowledge about this data, it is impossible to regulate them and have social control over these platforms. Thank you. Well, Josimar, considering the question that you asked me, I would say that responsibly, I will not make any suggestions or any proposal. This would demand knowledge that is specialized that I do not have. What I tried to draw attention to in my speech, and over the course of the conversation, I saw that this needs to be emphasized, is that today, in first place, you have the political issue that draws our attention. Time or other, you see in discourse a false equivalence between the risk of alleged far left would incur in the entire world, and that the anti-systemic populist right. If we look over the 20th century, the far left has created situations, has constructed situations, or has engendered situations where it was absolutely dangerous for democracy, representative democracy. I remember the 70s, the 80s. You will recall Black September and other left organizations in Germany and Latin America. You have Sendero Luminoso. We had FARC. Today, we don't have any risk coming from the far left. Every time you hear possible equivalence between risks, we're hearing a demagogical demagogical aspect put before this great threat that is to representative democracy that comes from populism, far-right populism. This is the problem of our times. In the past, the extreme left were problems and threats to democracy, starting with the Bolshevik Revolution and stopping neoliberal democracy. And I said in synthesis that fake news is is essential to this ultra-right movement. It's not just an instrument, a weapon available to in their communication arsenal. It is the object. Without fake news systematically propelled, there would not be a populist ultra-right with the weight that it carries in proportionally in different aspects. Regulation of platforms is essential to put obstacles to this. How? I cannot say, because I responsibly say I do not have answers to. Your question is very interesting, and it makes me think of a certain point. The world of the internet is a world without editing. Perhaps it's not correct to say this without qualifying it. It is not a content that edits content a priori. You're right that access goes through filters that are not always transparent. From the point of view of the elections, the norms of the TSC have focused on one type of pushing, which is sponsored content engaged in political campaigns. When you have illegal actions, sometimes you have legal ones imbued. Regarding political propaganda, it's much broader. If in one context there's a lawsuit in our court that a platform is favoring an algorithm to privilege candidacy, this will be prohibited. That's part of the set of competencies of the electoral justice. As far as I have studied, selectiveness of the algorithms, they are less engendered by a political ideological opinion of the platform and much more for according to their business model. They need engagement, likes, the time that is spent on the internet, because the monetized content makes money with the time that you spend on it. Like television was, the metrics of open TV were the number of people and the time that people would stay on it. Publicity and the national news was very expensive. So this is one problem. And then I think, once again, we have a limitation regarding electoral norms. This is a very broad problem that involves many more things and many more aspects that I did not touch upon, and I will not touch upon, that are complicated. The aspect of young people who end up adopting suicidal behavior, access videos that have instructions to how to practice suicide. Well, you're very familiar with the literature, so I'm not going to go into mobilizations against ethnicities that cause mass assassination. But the issue of filters, they do exist. They're much more guided by the business model. And if it's electoral and it's paid or not, it will be prohibited as well. Let me ask you a question. Do you prohibit expenses with boosts on social media? This topic is discussed. Diogo made the itinerary that it was prohibited and it was allowed, and now it is regulated. So you know what the problem is? The logic back then in history is that open TV and radio were public concessions. The internet does not depend on a public concession. So in thesis, the possibility of platforms is limited. Public concessions are limited. What was the logic of prohibiting propaganda, paid propaganda in open TV? Because it was a scarce resource. The person with most money would have a disparity of weapons, so to say. This is difficult to transpose to the world of the internet because boosting has several variables, and you can use a small amount of money and you segment it to the voters that you want to reach, and then the electoral court prohibits different types of monetization. So electoral justice is in a learning curve with boosting. I talked about my divergence with 5 of the 6 ministers in this regard, but the paid boosting can reach voters in a positive way. The thing is you segregate to whom the propaganda will reach. You cannot talk about specific problems in your TV propaganda. You have to talk about general issues. You have 30 seconds. You're going to talk. You can't talk about one city or one region of your state. You're going to talk about general topics if you're on TV. Good afternoon. My name is Cassione. I'm part of the artificial intelligence department here in Brasilia. And in my group, some people are part of propaganda and publicity. They are worried about these labels. People are afraid in excess of labels that are circulating. How will they work from the point of view of you have a seal or label and you don't know if the audio was manipulated, the video. So then you don't know what to doubt in deep fakes. Will the seal be disseminated on TV? Will it be talked about? This seal is a concern. And almost everything in the definition of AI, of the resolution, almost everything for propaganda will end up falling into one manipulation of AI. And we also have this judicialization in this period of AI that will congest the work of electoral justice in this time. Thank you, Minister. We are working on this. Between the public consultation and the final text, obviously the judges participated, discussed, made proposals. I had a proposal in the labeling that you have a link, a QR code that referred the interested voter to decodify the type of artificial intelligence. Like today, you have a picture in the newspaper. You have the number of your candidacy. If you have a poll, you have to put the number of your survey, etc. The technician said that this could not be defined in a norm. So we preferred that the label that the AI was used in that propaganda. So we decided the TSC does not have this competence to do this, but we decided that we thought it would be better to require what was within the deadline, that at least this information was provided. The idea is to have guidance about how parties and candidates should do this. It can't be too vague to be useless and not in detail, because there are hundreds of candidates all over Brazil. more than 5,000 municipalities, and they're not all like they're not all like the federal district or São Paulo or etc. They're tiny, tiny little municipalities that have 500 highs for their candidacy. So we need something that's feasible and factual. In videos, in texts, you don't have to have the protocol of AI with decodifying the type of software, etc., because that would complicate things a lot. Good afternoon, Fabio. First of all, a commentary about this issue of far left, far right. I like the book by Norberto Bob, who says what is right and what is left, and the historical issue. And for me, the extremities are like the ocean and the sky and the horizon. In the horizon, the parallels meet and find each other. If you give a text of the far left to the far right, they will like it, as Bolsonaro complimented Hugo Chavez once because he felt that he was represented by him. So when extreme right and extreme left, I run away from these both sides. When the judge says that in USP, if it was far left, I would not be at the University of São Paulo. But if it were far right too, it would also be bad. So right and left is healthy, but far right and far left is bad. So I'm also afraid of the center because it's lukewarm. I want to talk to the judge because he wanted the right to respond. And now with the AI and the internet, if fake news is published against a candidate 2 days before the election and this is reversed, how can the Superior Electoral Court do this in such a short amount of time? We try. Just to situate you. Since the beginning of the electoral campaign in the mid-August, electoral campaigns work 24/7, the electoral court. And at the end of the period, our speed is even quicker. The idea is that you have you do not have the possibility of
is its role, it's not the reason. So you first have to make this provocation. So if you have a fake news against the candidate George Safe, he has to detect it quickly and do something. Our decision, it's used to be very fast. So this belongs to our election justice. So we work with this. We have judges that are permanently online. And then we just narrow the time of answer of the platform. This is why we have our integrated center. This is why we are talking to the platform, and this is why the platforms are aware about. Why? Because it's not a good deal for them increase as long as they are called to this responsibility, just increase the time of the damage. Of course, there is a human limit. This is why we have the interruption of the election propaganda. But the times, as was already said, the speed of light will never be reached. We know that. So there's no other way. But we do exactly, we follow all these steps. Today, the idea is reduce as much as possible the response time of platforms and try to make them to anticipate themselves without the state inferring this for those that we already know that is a fake news. So, for instance, it's the Senate platform. A checking agency already say that that video is false. The platform aware about this, when someone will replicate or post this video, the platform just block. There's no need to create another complaint of the senator for that. So we are trying to reduce this time. Our conversation is very good. I think we could be here until tomorrow morning to discuss about this. It's something very passionate, necessary, and very productive. So I'd like to thank Professor Marcos Carvalho for his participation, his collaboration, also Ministry Floriano de Azevedo Marques. Thank you very much. We just enriched our debate mainly about the topics that are decided there in TSE. Also, Professor Antonio Lavareda, thank you for being here with us. You are an authority in politics matters. You are very well respected by left, right, extremes ones or not. So thank you for being here. And our dear friend, Diogo Reis, thank you also you for your patience, for your respect, your collaborations, your content representing TRE of São Paulo. You are part of this. You also contribute with election judge for this debate that is so important. That's internet in election campaign. And for all of you that are here together, being on the internet or here, we thank you very much. And we hope replicate so productive debates like that in the Senate. This is why Senate is here to serve the Brazilian population, to produce good contents, mainly in a time of a celebration of our 200 years, in our 200th anniversary. Thank you very much. Happy Easter to all of you.